Ladies and gentlemen, it is happy hour this afternoon. First of all, I just want to say welcome back to the channel. I am IWN. We are live for your Monday Night Raw, October 18, 2022 review. Thank you guys for joining the live chat for it. Really appreciate it. I really appreciate the overwhelming support that I've been receiving from all of you. Keep on supporting the channel in any way you can. It is a beautiful, gorgeous Tuesday afternoon. It's really nice outside. Skies are blue. The leaves are shining. The grass is green. The road is clear. As far as I know, I don't hear no cars coming by, so. Anyways, guys, you guys are new to the channel, man. Hit that subscribe button, turn on that bell for all notifications. Also, you can actually follow me on Facebook now. I officially got my original Facebook account back, and I got my second Instagram account back. I got to get my fourth Instagram accounts back now. If I can get those back, I'll have all my accounts back now. I have like 4 Instagram accounts and 2 Facebook accounts. So if you guys can follow me on Facebook and Instagram, I'd really appreciate it. I do have some community groups on Facebook. If you want to join those, you can. I might have a link to my community groups in the description. I don't know. You guys can add me on Snapchat, even though I don't share my YouTube content on Snapchat. I only share it on Instagram and Facebook. Just because I don't have all my Twitter accounts. All my Twitter accounts have been suspended permanently. I can still see everybody's activity on Twitter, though. I can still see the IWC community's activity on Twitter. Everything that these geeks online post. Well, folks, we're going to go ahead and get to the review, man. I'm not going to waste anybody's time because I was going to go live a lot earlier, but I went live a little bit early just to speed things up because I have to be at work before 5:30 p.m. today. So I am going to have a lot of things to say because I do have your WWE and AEW Tuesday afternoon news. We got a whole bunch of WWE and AEW Tuesday afternoon news that we're going to go over right after the Monday Night Raw review. So without further ado, we're going to go ahead and begin with the Raw review here. So we got ring announcer Mike Rome introduced Titus O'Neil as a WWE Global Ambassador. O'Neil stood in the middle of the ring. Oh, wait, this is the wrong one. Hold on, this is the wrong one. Hold on, guys. This is the wrong one. Where is it? I just realized it. The sooner when I let the date, I realized it was the wrong one. Good thing I stopped, man, because I would have read the wrong review had I not stopped. Okay, here we go. Here's the right one. The right one's pulled up on the screen. Okay, so it says that so the show pretty much had a cold open in the middle of speaking while standing in the middle of the ring. Now, as you guys know, I'm sure you watched Monday Night Raw. I watched Monday Night Raw before I went live with the review. It was really great. Monday Night Raw was a decent show this week. I didn't see nothing wrong with it at all. But the truth is, WWE doesn't need Brock Lesnar, Ronda Rousey, or Evans. They don't even need Braun Strowman for that matter. They got young talents like Austin Theory, Johnny Gargano, Tommaso Ciampa. You know, they still have Bobby Lashley. You still got an Edge. You still got Dominic Mysterio. You know, they don't need all these other talent. They don't need Braun Strowman, Ronda Rousey, Brock Lesnar, or Lacey Evans. You know what I'm saying? I feel like at Now they got all this young inlet, man. It's being called up, you know. Carmelo Hayes is going to get called up soon, and he's going to be pointed as leader of Hero. We could see a Carmelo Hayes and Santos feud on SmackDown for the first time ever, something we never got to see on NXT. Something we never got to see on NXT, man. So, Bobby Lashley called out Brock Lesnar for a fight. Lesnar made his entrance while the broadcast team, Kevin Patrick, Corey Graves checked in. I mean, I don't know why you would have a Kevin Patrick on commentary. I mean, he's not a commentator. He doesn't sound good on commentary. The only person that sounds good on commentary is Corey Graves. I mean, I a stupid decision there by Kevin Patrick as commentator. I mean, I don't know why you would have somebody like that. Just throwing it out there to be negative. Lashley and Lesnar fought at ringside. Lesnar hoisted up Lashley. He did. He hoisted up Lashley. And when he did that, he pretty much slipped away and shoved him into the ring post. And Lashley followed up with a spear. He followed up with a spear, and he actually speared Lesnar through the barricade in front of the timekeeper's area. Lashley was mobbed by a group of wrestlers, security agrees. Lashley blew him off and tackled Lesnar, causing both men to tumble over the broadcast table. Both wrestlers stood up. Lashley picked up Lesnar and a spine buster that drove Lesnar through the barricade, or through the broadcast table. Once again, broadcast. Well, sometimes wrestlers can be speared through the barricade. I mean, it happens. It doesn't really happen every day, but it happens often, sometimes. A Bobby chant broke out while security tried to get Bobby Lashley to stand down. So Lashley was concerned as he barked at the wrestlers and security to stay away from him. Lesnar sat up next to the ringside barricade. There it goes. And the show cut to an early commercial. So Lesnar dominated Lashley last week, and Lashley got to return the favor so far last night. Now, I did enjoy the cold opens. I did enjoy the cold opens that the company has been using more often lately. I mean, it's a nice change from the formula opening approach on a weekly basis for Monday Night Raw. That's all I got to say to that. So, Patrick and Graves recap highlights from the Lashley and Lesnar brawl. He then hyped upcoming matches and segments. Ring announcer Mike Rome handled introductions for the opening match. I feel like I got something in my throat, man. I got that damn Silk fan on. I'm used to it, though. We got Luke Gallows and Carl Anderson with AJ Styles versus Alpha Academy, Chad Gable, and Otis. So Graves stated that Gallows and Anderson have been around the globe since WWE. Graves also hyped the Pick Your Poison matches for Tuesday's NXT, which runs head-to-head with AEW Dynamite, which will be tonight. My AEW Dynamite special review will be live Wednesday afternoon. So right after the Monday Night Raw review, right after I give you guys your WWE and AEW Tuesday afternoon news, I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up in the stream and go ahead and sort of get started on the AEW Dynamite thumbnail that I'm going to have review, and then do the background when I come home from work tonight, because I'll be live. I'll be live with your Dynamite review tomorrow. I'm not sure what I'm doing tomorrow night. I'll be off tomorrow. I wish I was working on Wednesday, but I'm always tough, fortunately, so I only work like every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursdays. So what days do y'all work? Let me know. So apparently Anderson was dumped to ringside from what I saw when I watched Raw, while the referee was caught up with Otis and Gallows. Gable ran Anderson's shoulder into the ring post, and then Anderson was isolated for a stretch. And then that is when he pretty much I'd say that's when he pretty much put Gable down with a spot. Gallows tagged in Anderson in performing the Magic Killer on Gable. Gallows covered Gable and got the 3 count. Graves said the duo picked up right where they left off in WWE pretty much. The OC is doing good for themselves right now. They've been doing good since their return. So after the match, Judgment Day factions, Finn Balor, Rhea Ripley, Dominic Mysterio, and Damian Priest walked out and stood on the stage. Balor mocked the Too Sweet routine and said nobody has seen that before. Balor reminded everyone that he started the stupid little club. Balor said he made them. Balor challenged the trio 6-man tag team match at Crown. AJ Styles got a mic and accepted the match. Styles said he couldn't understand why everyone talks from a distance. Styles said it was wrong and called for Judgment Day to face them on the spot. That is, unless you 3 boys have to ask your mother for permission. Styles talked to him. Dominic has to shut his mouth unless he wants to. Rey Mysterio and go running off to SmackDown because he can't hang with Judgment Day. Styles called Dom a piece of trash, returning his back on his own father. Styles challenged Dominic to face him in a singles match on Raw. Ripley took the bite and told Styles that Dom would rip him limb from limb. Are you a man or are you a boy? Rhea asked Dom. Do it. Dom followed her lead, and the Great Styles called for the match to take place on that spot. Now, Dominic said he would prepare. He said he wasn't prepared and said they could meet in an hour or so. Styles said he would do to Dom what his father should have done by beating the piss out of him. Styles, Gallows, and Anderson did the Too Sweet routine. Patrick hyped Seth Rollins as appearing after the break. So Balor sounded like the voice of reason when he mocked the Too Sweet routine, still being a thing all these years. Meanwhile, we got some of us, I'm sure, in the community got a big kick out of the way that Ripley manipulated Dom in taking the match. Now, Oklahoma sports imagery was shown. A video package recapped Seth Rollins beating Bobby Lashley to win the United States Championship on last week's season premiere of Raw. Seth Rollins made his dressed in a red suit and pointed at the U.S. title belt around his waist. Rollins introduced himself and then told the haters they could kiss his behind. Well, that wasn't nice. Now, He said that the people who always believed in him could do what they've always done by singing his song. Some fans chanted his interesting. Rollins told them that they sounded beautiful. I'm surprised to hear him say that to his crowd. I mean, that sounds like Seth Rollins was in character as a babyface. That's what that sounded like when he said they sounded beautiful. Rollins said it was a historic night because it was the first defense in what would become the greatest United States Championship run of all time. Rollins said he would wipe the mat with Matt Riddle's face in the show's main event. Rollins said he would clear up the miscommunication. That was Extreme Rules. Rollins said it was a strategic move. He tapped out to Riddle in their fight pit match. He said he did it for the fans so that he would be in prime condition when he challenged Bobby Lashley for the United States Championship on Raw 2 nights later. Ali said he wants to fight Rollins. Rollins told Ali he'd pretty much have to go to the back of the line because he had to focus on Riddle tonight. But before that, Mustafa Ali made his entrance, dressed in wrestling attire. Ali congratulated Rollins and then added that he was ready for Rollins to give a shout out to Brock Lesnar for the assist. Ali recalled Lashley telling him that he would be next in line for a championship opportunity. Ali entered the ring and said the champion changed, but his challenge remains the same. Ali said he wants to fight Rollins for the United States title. Rollins calculated Rollins if he looked like Lashley. So Rollins told Ali that he could party with or get out of the ring because he didn't belong there with him. Ali removed Rollins' shades from his face and told him it's not going down like that. Ali said Rollins was looking at his next freaking problem. Ali said he wasn't going pretty much anywhere. He wants to fight for the title. Rollins said he likes and respects Ali and called him one of the best performers we have here in WWE. Rollins said people may not know it, but Ali is an even better human being. So Rollins said Ali is a great friend and father. Rollins threw a cheap shot punch at Ali and then threw him out of the ring. Rollins laughed and then exited the ring. Problem solved. Rollins said before cackling. Ali attacked Rollins from behind. Rollins hit Ali with a shot to the throat and then ran his head into the ring post. Rollins picked up his title belt and then headed to the stage. JBL's Lambo was shown pulling into the backstage parking area. So, let me tell y'all something. Let me tell you guys something. So, the last time we saw JBL, the last time we saw JBL's Limbo was when Happy Corbin climbed inside the vehicle. That was also the last time that we've seen Corbin on television. Now, the angle with Rollins and Ali was absolutely fantastic. Ali took a really good ring post bump with Rollins claiming he'll have a record long reign and then creating the enemy in Ali. It should leave viewers wondering if he will drop the title in his first television title defense. By the way, a DirecTV ad aired for Impact Wrestling. As if anybody gives a shit about Impact. Nobody cares about Impact. Jesus Christ, man. During the commercial break, and then the screen froze for a few seconds on the Impact logo. And it was finally a DirecTV ad because the DirecTV channel number for AXTV was listed. Damage Control, Bailey, Dakota Kai, and Io Sky. Bayley entrance. Patrick Caps highlights of Candice LeRae's upset win over Bayley. Unless you're wrong, followed by the past match. The post-match beatdown. Bianca Belair did being outnumbered when she tried to make the save. LeRae and Belair then made separate entrances. WWE Women's Tag Team Champions Dakota Kai and Io Sky went up against the Raw Women's Champion Bianca Belair and Candice LeRae in a non-title match. Don't tell me we are getting. Please don't tell me we are getting Io Sky and Dakota Kai defending their WWE Women's Tag Team Champions against Bianca Belair and Candice LeRae for Crown Jewel. The question is, will that be booked for Crown Jewel next week? I don't know. We'll have to see, man. We official next week for Crown Jewel in November, which will be next month. We'll have to, like I said, we'll have to see, man. We'll have to find out. But Bayley sat in on commentary for the match. And she once admired Ray and said she watched Ray's matches before she got into the ring. Before she got into wrestling, pretty much. That's what I'm saying. But she said LeRae's 20 years in this don't matter. Now that she is on her show. Belair and LeRae cleared the champions from the ring. Belair tried to tag out, but Kai grabbed her braid. I went after LeRae, who fell off, and Belair broke free and made the tag. LeRae stepped on the back of Kai and then performed a senton onto the back of Sky. Fun spot. LeRae went and was struck by Sky, allowing Kai to pull LeRae down. The champions isolated LeRae. It was hour 2 of Monday Night Raw, and Bayley spoke about how Kai, and Sky worked all weekend and wondered if LeRae has been home feeding her baby. Belair eventually tagged in. She rightfully so. She eventually tagged in and then held up Sky while LeRae performed a missile dropkick from the ropes. Sky landed awkwardly and then Kai ran, broke up the pin. Kai dumped Belair to ringside. LeRae put Kai down with a cold breaker. Bayley stood up from the broadcast table. Got it right this time. Pulled a kendo stick out from underneath the ring. Belair went after Bayley and took her out. In the ring, Kai performed a double team move on Candice LeRae that resulted in Kai covering her and getting the 3 count. Now, there was nothing particularly memorable about the match, but this gave the champions more wins. Well, let's be honest. Let me be honest. Let me be clear about that. Dakota Kai and Io Sky should have already been winning matches as soon as they became the WWE Women's Tag Team Champions. Why would you fucking make the last decision to have them win as champions now when you should have had them win when they became champions? As soon as Sky became the WWE Women's Tag Team Champions, they should have been getting wins right from the word go. Now all of a sudden you decide to have them win. What kind of sense is that? I don't get that. I don't get that. I mean, good for them getting a win here, but they should have been already got wins. They should have already got wins as WWE Women's Tag Team Champions when they became WWE Women's Tag Team Champions. I don't know, man. Creative doesn't make sense sometimes, man. You know, that's just how it is in wrestling promotions. Sometimes they make the right creative decisions, and sometimes they make the wrong creative decision. That's how it is. They should have made the right creative decisions by having them win as soon as they became WWE Women's Tag Team Champions. That's what should have happened. That's what should have happened, man. I don't know, man. I don't understand that there. It's just that last decision making of have them win as champions when they should have already been getting wins. I don't get it. So anyways, it's also nice if the company took the time to build up some actual women's tag teams. Even though, in my honest opinion, the women's tag team division is non-existent, I mean. But it didn't always go with singles wrestlers who form makeshift teams whenever challengers are needed. They don't even need the women's tag team titles. For that matter, they need to burn the WWE women's tag team titles. There is no need for no women's tag team division. The 24/7 championship is gone. It's not being shown on TV. It's rightfully so. It shouldn't be. We don't need it on television. Returning backstage interviewer Kathy Kelly intervened. Matt Riddle, who said he would beat Rollins' ass in the main event. Riddle ended the interview when he said that. When he spotted Mustafa Ali, Riddle told Ali that it took a lot of guts for Ali to stand up to Rollins. Riddle said that if he wins the United States title, he would give Ali the opportunity he deserves. The Miz screamed about his knee. The camera cut to Miz was sitting on the ground, holding his left knee. Miz told Riddle and Ali that he's looking over his shoulder for Dexter Lumis when he slipped because of a high school dropout. Generator. Riddle said it's a custodial engineer. Riddle and Ali told Miz they would get him some help. An ad for Friday's SmackDown focused on Logan Paul appearing. How the Bloodline would respond, and Sky and Kai defending the tag team titles against Raquel Rodriguez and Shotzi Blackheart. So the new Bray Wyatt mask flashed on the screen at the end of that. An ad for the Pick Your Poison matches on NXT was shown again. And then the broadcast team spoke about the matches. Judgment Day was shown talking backstage. Cora Jade showed up. About asked Rhea Ripley she had everything under control. Ripley said she had it. And the men, they left the arena. Jade said she couldn't come up with anyone that's ruthless, dominating to face Roxanne Perez. Jade and Perez being former tag team partners. Then she said that she and Raquel Rodriguez were once partners. I'm in, Ripley said. We got the WWE Hall of Famer, JBL, making his entrance. JBL said it took a momentous occasion for the wrestling god to come back. He said he had an announcement. JBL said he had to apologize first. JBL then explained that he was from his announcement in Oklahoma rather than nearby Texas. JBL also boasted about Texas beating Oklahoma in college football. JBL said Oklahoma could go to the small MAC conference rather than the ACC conference. JBL said he despises Oklahoma and all of its fans. JBL said he had great news. JBL said Rey Mysterio left Raw. He said it led to the great trade since Baby was traded to the Bronx. So let me break it down to you guys. So before we continue. So on Monday Night Raw, we pretty much got JBL returning to aligning himself with Baron Corbin. That's what that led to. And we got Elias returning. The Miz and Dexter Lumis feud apparently continues. And Seth Rollins retained his United States Championship over Matt Riddle to close the final chapter of their feud for good. And we're going to go over that match, that United States Championship match between Rollins and Matt Riddle here in just a few minutes. We're getting there. We're getting there. Don't worry. Now, JBL introduced Baron Corbin, who walked out with New Year and a hat on. Corbin entered the ring and shook hands with JBL. Yes, folks, he literally shook hands with JBL. JBL said Corbin is 2 or 3 times the size of Rey Mysterio. JBL said he asked for competition, and WWE gave him a former champion and a former Money in the Bank winner. JBL recalled people saying that Dolph Ziggler stole the show. But JBL feels he's been stealing money. JBL said Ziggler wouldn't have made the cut in the Attitude Era. JBL said that after looking around backstage, most of the wrestlers would not have made the cut. Just make sure my mic is on. You guys hear me? Making sure. Just checking. So, when he said that, I felt like that angered Dolph Ziggler. JBL said that after looking around backstage, most of the wrestlers would not have made the cut during the Attitude Era. They would have bought a ticket. JBL put over Corbin as an exception and dubbed him a modern wrestling god. Dolph Ziggler, he made his entrance to his shitty entrance theme. So, I like the attention to detail of sending Raw someone in exchange for Rey Mysterio. Of course, Baron Corbin was traded to Raw for Mysterio. Now, hopefully they'll take a step further and come up with an explanation for who is running Raw and SmackDown respectively as it stands. It feels like Triple H just made the trade himself. I mean, all Triple H is in charge of WWE. Triple H is head of talent relations. I mean, what happened in reality? It would be nice if there were storyline leaders of the brands for times like this. And when they do the next draft, I feel like it's the one that's running Raw, SmackDown, NXT. I mean, he is in charge. So I assume it's him. It's got to be him. So there's no other explanation around it. So we got Baron Corbin versus Dolph Ziggler. JBL sat in on commentary and continued to turn Corbin as a modern-day rap god. JBL continued to state that Corbin could have made it in the Attitude Era. Corbin took offensive control, ran Ziggler into the ring, steps, a break over 4 minutes into the match. The crowd chanted, "Blow Corbin," which Corbin sold it. He sold it well. JBL called Patrick Shamrock on commentary. Patrick responded by saying he enjoys a good Shamrock shake. Good man. Ziggler got some offense in and got a 2 count. JBL said he wasn't nervous because he's been working with Corbin, who then came back with a fall-away slam for a 2 count. My eyes are kind of blinding me a little bit, but we'll get through it. Be all right. Ziggler came right back with a zigzag for a 2 count. JBL said he had absolute minutes in. Corbin, Ziggler went for another zigzag, but Corbin stuffed it and hit the deep 6 for a near fall. That was a good deep 6 by Corbin. Very, very good. He's known for hitting good deep 6s like that. I think that is his signature, by the way, I believe. Corbin showed frustration. Ziggler came back with another zigzag for a near fall. Corbin stuffed a super kick and then hit the days for the win. So that clearly tells me that Corbin did better than Ziggler in this match. I mean, no offense, no homo to those things and fans in the community. I have to say it, unfortunately. I mean, Corbin did do most of the work. Ziggler, all Ziggler did was zigzags after zigzags after zigzags. That's it. That's it. He didn't really do nothing else. I think it's safe to say Dolph Ziggler needs to retire, man. I think wrestling is over. For real. Because that's all he's been doing all day is zigzags. In the ring. That's all we have seen him do. Legitimately. Time after time after time again. Seems like he don't have any other moves in his arsenal. But anyways, after the match, JBL entered the ring and raised Corbin's arm. So zigzags and deep 6s. It was a battle of moves that looked like finishers and yet never actually finished matches. As I said, Corbin did most of the work. Corbin's new gear needs some work too. And it is going by his name. Again, rather than playing a clinchy king character of doing the happy garbage routine. I'm glad he's not that happy garbage character anymore. His new character is better than that happy garbage character, man. I didn't like that happy garbage gimmick he had. That shit was fucking garbage. That was awful. Absolutely awful. One of the gimmicks that Corbin's ever had. I'm glad he changed it. Good for him. Maybe that'll teach him next time on how to better his gimmicks and his promos. That'll teach him a lesson on how to do better in the ring, too. The Miz was shown winching on a trainer's table. He told the doctor not to touch his bad knee and then asked him if it was out of place. Byron Saxton entered the room and asked if there was an update as to whether Miz would be able to face Dexter Lumis. Miz said he didn't think he would be able to. Saxton said a number of members of the custodial staff had come forward to say that they saw pouring water on the floor, and it was Miz who put up the wet floor sign. Saxton said the staff said the floor hadn't been mopped since the night before. Miz acted offended that Saxton thought he was trying to get out of the match with Lumis. Miz said he had a huge lawsuit on his hands. Johnny Gargano stood in the doorway and yelled, "Oh my God, it's Dexter Lumis." Miz jumped to his feet. "My bad, just Byron." Gargano said Saxton told Miz it looked like he made a Morellish recovery and could face Lumis after all. Miz said his superior DNA allowed him to heal up quickly. That's unfortunate for he who shall not be named because he would end up injured. Patrick, I a look back at Bray Wyatt's return to SmackDown and said it left more questions than answers. God. And MVP stood backstage, dressed in suits. MVP said he was to celebrate. Oh, God. He was there at the... I don't even want to say his name, bro. The guy is a freaking complete... And I don't even want to say his name. I really don't. I really don't. I really don't, man. That's how I feel about it. I don't know why these two guys on television. Man. Please, can you please get them off of my TV? They are absolutely terrible. Braun Strowman and Omos. I don't know how you can freaking... I don't know how you can freaking start a feud like this on TV. I don't know how you can book a feud like this, man. I don't understand it. How can you fuck something up like, how can you fuck up your shows by putting Braun Strowman in the feud with Braun Strowman? I don't get it. I don't get it, man. I really don't. So, anyways, MVP said he was there to celebrate Braun Strowman. MVP sang Strowman's praises while putting over his size, strength, and ferocity. Whatever the fuck that word is. He said the mention of Strowman's strikes fear in ordinary men. Like anybody, as if anybody's supposed to care, really. But it's not an issue with Omos. MVP said he and Omos here on SmackDown. He said Omos would look at Strowman and let him know he fears no man. MVP said monsters aren't real, but giants are. It's going to be this match between Braun and Omos is going to be a complete disaster. It's going to be one of the worst matches on the Crown Jewel card. Believe me. Watch. Wait till Crown Jewel get here. It's going to be so awful. It really is. Nobody in the IWC community is looking forward to that match. Nobody. Nobody. Certainly not me. A nice hook for SmackDown. It's always baffled me that WWE has done more crossover hype like this over the years. Now, I wonder if it's happening now because, for real, I wonder if this is happening now because the writing of the show is done further in advance these days. Maybe. We don't know that, man. We don't know that yet. Maybe. Allowing them to actually promote more things in advance. The broadcast team set up a package that recapped Bray Wyatt's turn on SmackDown. AJ Styles was shown talking with Anderson in the backstage area, carrying up and said that he was having issues with the schism in NXT and could use their help. Gallows asked Styles if Grimes is the millionaire that he told them about. Gallows said that they are cash only, brother friendly. Grimes said that was too sweet and he would see them tonight. Because NXT is tonight, so I said tonight. But he said he would see them tomorrow, which NXT is tonight. We're going to see, I guess we're going to see Cameron Grimes teaming up with Carl Anderson and Luke Gallows versus the Schism in a 3-on-3 tag team match. And I got some news on some spoiler results for Halloween later on. Patrick hyped Styles versus Dom for after the break. Now, the question for Luke Gallows and Anderson. Will this be the first NXT appearance for them? Because after all, they were sent to the main roster when they originally signed with WWE. So it's possible. It's possible. Now, the broadcast team hyped WWE Crown Jewel for 2 weeks from Saturday and listed the following matches. Roman Reigns versus Logan Paul for the undisputed Universal Championship. Brock Lesnar versus Bobby Lashley. Graves said he can't wait up and have his breakfast and watch the sunrise. Oh my God, it's beautiful over there. Sunrise in Saudi Arabia. As the OC made their entrance for the next match, the broadcast team officially announced Styles, Gallows, and Anderson versus Finn Balor, Damian Priest, and Dominic Mysterio for Crown Jewel. Judgment Day made their entrance. It's going to be a hell of a match. That's going to be one of the best matches on Crown Jewel. The match is going to be better than Braun Strowman versus Omos. Even that women's tag team match, that women's tag title match is going to be better than Braun Strowman versus Omos. So, we have Rhea Ripley standing on the apron and whispered into Dom's ear before the match. We got Dominic Mysterio with Rhea Ripley. Finn Balor, Damian Priest versus AJ Styles, Luke Gallows, and Cora Anderson. Styles got the better of Dom and then jawed at his corner. Ripley distracted Styles when he was at ringside, of course. Come get me, taunted. Dom took advantage of the distraction by diving off the second rope onto Styles on the floor. Styles eventually battled back and tossed Dom into the timekeeper's area. Dom got some offense, and then Styles rolled him into a couch. Dom reached the ropes to break the hold. Balor pulled Dom at ringside. Gallows and Anderson approached the Judgment Day corner. Styles ran over and hit Dom. You know what I mean by Dom? In other words, Dominic Mysterio. So Styles ran over, hit Dominic Mysterio, and got him back inside the ring. Well, the referee tried to pretty much keep the peace between the men on the floor. As Styles returned to the ring, Ripley grabbed his foot. When Styles broke free, Dom rolled him into a pin and got the 3 count. That was one of Dom's biggest of his career. All thanks to Rhea Ripley. Man, Dominic got over AJ Styles very well here. Now, I will admit, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I'm going to be honest with you guys here. It felt really odd seeing in such a competitive match. Now, I think the short-term money is in Dominic being in over his head. Yet, winning this match, winning matches in fluky fashion or due to outside interference. He ultimately did win this match with help from Rhea Ripley. We know that. But there were also stretches when he got the better of Styles without help from the other Judgment Day members. The Miz was warning. He was warming up. I said, guess I'm referring to what I said in the community post on YouTube. Was warming up backstage when Johnny Gargano showed up and said he has known Dexter Lumis for a long time, man. Gargano said he knows the real story behind Miz. Gargano said once out of the match, he should tell everyone the truth. Pretty much. Miz said that Lumis would be banned forever once he beats him. Gargano said good luck with that. Miz said he might have a score to settle with Gargano once he finished with Lumis. Gargano said okay, and added that Miz can't say he didn't warn him. So I think this is going to be to the Miz versus Johnny Gargano for next week's episode of Monday Night Raw. Maybe. You guys will find out once I give the Dirty AEW Tuesday afternoon news right after the Monday Night Raw review. The broadcast team recap highlights from the opening segment involving Bobby Lashley and Brock Lesnar. Dexter Lumis made his entrance once Lumis was on the stage. Miz showed up and slammed a chair over his back. So apparently we didn't get the match that the fans wanted, which was Lumis versus Miz. The fans want to see Lumis sign a WWE contract. They want to see Lumis wrestle on Monday Night Raw, on the Monday Night Raw men's roster. Seeing Dexter Lumis in the men's division on Monday Night Raw would be a beautiful thing. Just saying. Miz worked over Lumis with the chair and then performed a skull-crushing finale onto the chair. 3 referees showed up, checked on Lumis. Backstage, Byron Saxton interviewed Bayley, Kai, and Sky asked, what's next? Bayley told him to appreciate what's happening right in front of his eyes. They asked where Alexa Bliss and Asuka were, then took credit for taking them out. Bayley and Bianca didn't pin her at Extreme Rules. Bayley said she would show Bianca what it's like next week when she's back in control. Graves, hype. Bianca Belair versus Bayley for next week's show. The graphics did not include any mention of the Monday Night Raw Women's Championship. Of course it didn't. A graphic hyped the return of Elias after the break. Patrick wondered what kind of music Elias would play. Elias was walking backstage when Johnny Gargano showed up and told him that he made a bad move. Gargano asked if he really thought that to stop Dexter Lumis. Gargano asked what's the worst that could happen if Miz told the truth. Gargano wondered the idea of he and Kennedy taking over Miz and Miz and I guess Mrs. or Misters. Gargano pulled out a whistle and said that he would blow the whistle on him and tell the truth. Elias was introduced when he stood in the ring behind a keyboard and had 2 guitars set up. Elias said it was good to be back and noted that his younger brother's career was tragically short. He said that the show must go on. He got who wants to walk with Elias and receive some cheers. Elias said he would normally come up and play a song on the guitar, but he wanted to do something special for Oklahoma. He wrote a song that he played on the keyboard. He asked for the fans to remain up because the song choked him up. Matt Riddle's entrance theme played, and he came out with bongo drums before a frustrated Elias could actually perform. Super group, nobody said once Riddle was in the ring, Elias took issue with him interrupting him on his first night back. Riddle said he wasn't trying to interrupt him. Riddle said he's a huge Elias fan and brought his bongos. You want to hit my bongo? Riddle asked. Riddle said everyone knows that WWE means walk with Elias. He tried to get the fans to chant it and had some success. Elias said he appreciates Riddle and all of his fans. Elias encouraged Riddle to take a front row seat. Riddle asked if they could play together one day. Elias promised Riddle that one day they would play together. Riddle said he would take his seat, then told Elias that he would be there if he needed anything. Riddle sat down in the ring while Elias played the keyboard. Seth Rollins' entrance theme interrupted. Elias, the broadcast team, hyped the U.S. title match after the break. Elias is introducing keyboards, huh? Well, let me tell you guys something, man. The next thing you know, he'll hire Sammy Hagar to be his lead singer, and he won't even have the density to pretty much change the name of his band. A graphic listed Elias, Baron Corbin, and Damage Control for Raw Talk. Who cares? We got the main event, Seth Rollins defending his United States Championship against Matt Riddle. And what was going to in the final chapter of their feud. And of course, Mike Rome delivered in-ring introductions for the match. Elias was still at ringside. Riddle went for a submission hold when the bell rang. Rollins was able to reach the ropes and went to ringside. Rollins returned, and Riddle got the better of him again. Rollins went to the floor, and then Riddle followed and hit him. Back in the ring, Riddle performed a gut wrench suplex. Rollins fired back with a shot to Riddle's throat to take offensive control. Rollins used his legs to send Riddle back to ringside. Riddle set up for a springboard move, but Rollins moved before he would execute the move. Rollins jawed at Elias and then shoved him. Elias responded by hitting Rollins with a knee to the head while the referee was tied up with Riddle. Rollins was down going into the final break of the evening last night for Monday Night Raw. Late in the match, after commercial break, Rollins performed a reversal suplex and then followed up with an inverted DDT style move in the ring for a near fall. So Rollins was taken over so far in his match against Riddle for the United States Championship. Rollins followed up with a top rope dive, but Riddle caught him in the triangle on the way down. In a repeat from Extreme Rules, Rollins powered up Riddle and slammed him to the mat. But Riddle maintained the hold. Rollins powered him up again and slammed him into the corner, then performed a sit-out powerbomb. Riddle maintained the hold, but Rollins put his foot on the ropes to break it. Rollins rolled to the floor near Elias. Rollins told Elias to hit him. Rollins super kicked Elias. Riddle threw a kick at Rollins from the apron and then threw him back inside the ring where he power slammed him. Riddle performed a draping DDT and then struck the Viper's pose. Riddle went for a RKO, but Rollins stuffed it and shoved him into Elias, who had just entered the ring. Rollins followed up with a stomp on Riddle, and then pinned him to retain the United States Championship over Matt Riddle to close the final chapter of their feud for good. After the match, Rollins performed the stomp on Elias. Graves said Elias may have cost Riddle the U.S. title. Rollins placed Riddle's head on the U.S. title belt. He placed his hand on the U.S. title belt and set up for another stomp. Mustafa Ali ran out and speared Rollins before he could execute the move. Ended up sending Rollins to ringside and hit him with a suicide. Ali clotheslined Rollins into the front row. Rollins ran away while I stood on the barricade and watched. Patrick said Rollins had enemies coming from every angle, but he was still the U.S. champion. This was an entertaining match that suffered a bit from Elias being at ringside. Elias had to be there for the story. They were pretty much telling. But it was hard to take any near falls seriously until he got involved. It's interesting that Grace blamed Elias for costing Riddle the United States Championship. Elias didn't show any signs of being a heel, but I suppose they're just one angle away from making that switch. Overall, this was a solid show that moved at a good pace. They pulled back on the length of the matches. None reached 15 minutes this week. And there were a few matches than usual too. It remains to be seen if they are working towards settling in on a new formula or if they intend to shake things up from a week to week. So, my thoughts on Monday Night Raw. It was a great Raw here with a lot of great build for Crown Jewel. Now, for one, we had an awesome opening segment with Lashley being there before cameras were live. He calls out Lesnar. At Brawl, Lashley leaving Lesnar lane was a surprising and great turn away around from last week. Now, they're going to have a great match at Crown Jewel, which is going to be more than likely better than Roman Reigns versus Logan Paul. We also got a great match from the Good Brothers versus Alpha Academy. Of course, Good Brothers won. It was good promos from Judgment Day and the OC setting up their Crown Jewel match, and a really good match out of Dominique and Styles, at least in terms of story. Of course, Judgment Day chance to give Dominique the win, and that 6-man tag team match will be a lot of fun. So, another fun thing is that Grimes came here to ask Gallows and Anderson to be his teammates. I like that they'll do it if he can pay them. So there might be a moment tomorrow on NXT where they asked for the money. Cora also showed up like she promised last week. She did ask Rhea to be her pick your poison proxy. So it's going as expected, which I knew because I had it titled yesterday that Cora Jade picks Rhea Ripley as Roxanne's opponent for NXT this week, which is what I have titled right now. See, I'm smart. I knew it. I knew it was going to happen, man. I knew she was going to pick Rhea Ripley. It wouldn't make sense to pick Bayley. It just wouldn't. I'm sorry. If Bayley would have lost to Roxanne, it would have made sense right there and then for Cora Jade to pick Bayley. So, IWN right on that. Might as well say IWN right again. I mean, another fun thing is that Cameron Grimes here asked Gallows and Anderson to be his teammates. I like that they'll do it if he can pay them. And so there might be a moment tomorrow on NXT where they ask for the money. Cora also showed up like she promised. She did ask Rhea to pick your poison proxy. It's going as expected. We got a good tag match out of Damage Control versus Bianca Belair and Candice LeRae. Of course, they cheat to get the win, even though Damage Control still should have been getting wins as soon. The moment they became WWE Women's Tag Team Champions is the moment they should have been getting wins. There's no reason why they should be getting wins now. They should have got wins when they were WWE Women's Tag Team Champions. When they became WWE Women's Tag Team Champions. They should have been getting wins then. There's no reason why Damage Control should be losing. They should be dominant. They should be a dominant force. Excuse me. They should be a dominant force within the Monday Night Raw Women's Division right now. They should be getting wins at the wins at the wins. They got losses at the losses at the losses because they weren't being built up right. Because they were having some issues of sorts. WWE wasn't doing them right. Now all of a sudden, at the last minute, they're getting wins. When they should have got wins when once again, when they became WWE Women's Tag Team Champions. I'm not gonna say it no more. I'm not gonna say it no more. Because clearly I know more than what I'm saying. I'm right. So I'm not gonna it's no need for me to repeat it over and over. A tag title match happening on SmackDown is fine. You know, I guess it's fine. I suppose this is just to clear Shotzi and Raquel out of the way. Now, I do have a feeling Bayley will also cheat to beat Bianca Belair next week, and then Crown Jewel can have a Raw Women's title match. We had a great return match for Corbin. Now that he's back to just being Baron Corbin by name, thank God. It's a better name than Happy Corbin. I mean, Happy Corbin was a terrible name from the get-go, from the word go. Now, he could have used way better ring gear. That cross-stitch portion is flesh-colored and just looks weird. Now, I was hoping for Corbin to incorporate more of a cowboy gimmick. Maybe. I mean, that probably would have been more suitable for him. Since JBL has aligned himself with Baron Corbin, I mean, it would have made sense, in my honest opinion. Fuck what these geeks online gotta say, man. I don't care. If JBL keeps showing up to be on commentary for his matches, that much is going to be a lot of fun. It could be. You never know. We could get JBL versus Baron Corbin down the line. I don't know. It could lead to JBL turning on Baron Corbin. We can get Baron Corbin turning babyface for the first time. I don't know. That's just me. That's just me saying that. Nobody else is saying that but me. We got sort of good stuff out of Miz, sort of. I do like this new wrinkle that he supposedly promised Loomis something, but is denying it. He's pretty much denying it. So no contest was a bit lame. It was. And matter of fact, it was more lame. It wasn't a bit lame. It was more lame. But Loomis will definitely have a response, and this will escalate into something great for the promised match of Miz versus Loomis. Now I hope Ciampa returns so that we can get Miz and Ciampa versus Loomis and Gargano at some point, maybe. And then it could lead to Ciampa turning on Miz. Ciampa, turning babyface on the Miz. This could lead to the breakup of Ciampa and Miz. Get Ciampa the fuck away from Miz, please. Get him away from Miz. Miz is making Ciampa look like a loser. Get him away from Miz, please. It's better if Ciampa is by himself as singles competitor. That's how he was in NXT. That's how he was as NXT champion. Winning matches. Defending championships. That should be Tommaso Ciampa. That should be the Tommaso Ciampa we should be getting on Monday Night Raw. Not Tommaso Ciampa being paired up with Miz. Come on, are you serious? You really think anybody likes this duo of Miz Ciampa? I know I don't. I know I don't. Fucking terrible if you ask me. Get Ciampa away from Miz. Ciampa is better off as a singles competitor. Good promo from MVP to call out Braun on behalf of Omos. Even though this feud between Braun Strowman and Omos is already starting out boring. And it's going to be boring until their match at Crown Jewel. At least until the match ends at Crown Jewel between Braun Strowman and Omos. And that way we can say, whoo! The final chapter of their short feud, is long gone. Paul Levesque needs to get this feud off the television. He needs to scrap this feud. Get Omos away from Braun Strowman, please. As a matter of fact, if anything, Get Omos and Braun Strowman off of TV. They are both terrible. They really are. Absolutely complete garbage as Braun Strowman and Omos. The confirmation on SmackDown is going to be more like pretty boring. It's going to be god-awfully boring. It is. Now, we got great interaction of stories for the United States Championship. Ali wants Rollins, since Rollins took the title from Lashley. And then, you know, I did almost thought that Elias, and I'm pretty sure everybody else in the community almost thought that Elias was going to go heel on Riddle because of his interruption. Elias stays face to be friendly with Riddle. It almost helps Riddle win against Rollins, only to be the reason Riddle loses. Now, I don't know about Riddle, but I bet Ali and Elias are going to go after Rollins and the United States title for Crown Jewel. That triple threat will be a great match because then Rollins can find an opportunistic way to win, so no one is really hurt in defeat at the end of the day. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for your Monday Night Raw review. Now, if you guys enjoy my Monday Night Raw review, hit the thumbs up. Let's get a lot of love. Please, I really appreciate it. Guys, I'm going to take a little break here. I will be right back. And when I come back, I'm going to go over your WWE and AEW Tuesday afternoon news with you guys before I end the stream. So don't go nowhere. Some tunes is going to be playing here on the stream. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. And now it is time for your WWE and AEW Tuesday afternoon news. So, we're going to start with the news on the Bloodline being called the modern day Four Horsemen. So, apparently, the Bloodline is arguably, definitely, defiantly, the most dominant faction in the wrestling business today. The group has decimized every opportunity they faced so far. The faction comprises of Roman Reigns, the Usos, Paul Heyman, and honorary Uso Sami Zayn. Reigns and the Usos hold 4 major titles in WWE. They also appeared on Monday Night Raw this week while speaking on Jim Cornette's drive-thru. The wrestling veteran criticized WWE for dragging the Bloodline segments and entrances. So this is what Jim Cornette said, and I quote, "So the Bloodline is," and they start their entrances about 5 minutes into the show after we've had the DX business in introduction to introduce the new announcer. And then Roman Reigns then speaks 9 minutes in. It takes him 4 minutes. I know they're big stars, and I know it's a big entrance, but they're not the only one. I think that's why the show takes forever. They feel like instead of filling 3 hours with action, we will make everything last longer. But however, this is the top group in the business right now. This is the modern day 4 horsemen. End quote. We have to wait and see just how long the Bloodline will remain dominant in WWE. Everybody, let me know your thoughts on this story. Also, let me know your thoughts on this other story, or this other developing news here on LA Knight. So apparently, LA Knight, he claims he is the one and only megastar in WWE. LA Knight, I'm here to tell you right now that you're not the only megastar in WWE. I'll tell you that right now. There's plenty of others. LA Knight wasted no time in making an impact. The word impact. The fact that they threw the word impact in there just makes me fucking laugh completely. When he debuted during NXT TakeOver Vengeance Day on February 14, 2021, he underwent a huge change after being called up to the main roster, as he was then known as Max Supreme. Knight debuted as part of the Maximum Male Models agency, with Mace and Mansoor being the first 2 acquisitions of the agency. Eventually, Maxine Dupree, she joined the fold as well. However, he left the group and became LA Knight again, which was one of the best decisions that WWE's ever made, giving him his NXT gimmick back. He also defeated Mansoor in a singles match on SmackDown. Afterwards, LA Knight immediately turned heel and insulted the crowd. It was beautiful, man. It was great. It was absolutely fantastic. While speaking to Magnet Moran, LA Knight claimed that he is the only one. He's the only one and only megastar in WWE, and will prove his point. It says here, and I quote, "We want to talk about Maximum Male Models. Must say and Messoir, right? Wrong. Because where are they? They are getting flushed down the toilet right about now. Why is that? Is it because Marseille and Messoir, both of them dropped on their head for their troubles? And what does that mean? Now moving forward, Now I'm going only where I can go, and that is to the top. Why is that? Because there's no one. There's one and only one megastar walking around WWE, and you are looking at him. Why is that? Because whose game is it? It's LA Knight's game. Yeah, end quote. So we have to wait and see how LA Knight will be booked in the coming weeks. If anything, he will have the entire WWE universe looking at him. Every single week he will. We're on to the next news on Sami Zayn. So apparently, he was given props for babyface role, despite being a whatever they called him for the bloodline. Sami Zayn has been part of WWE for well over 8 years now, and has been a part of numerous memorable moments in the company's history. His ability to master anything he is given has helped make him a very dependable star as well. The Bloodline has become the most dominant faction in the entire company for a long time now. Sami is now on a mission to be part of Bloodline as well. He is now considered an honorary Uso by the faction. Jey Uso wasn't too happy about that and continues to have a lot of trouble with Sami Zayn. Now, despite this, Sami Zayn pretty much has made it clear that he will remain a true part of the Bloodline. For many fans, Zayn's current role has become the best thing about Friday Night SmackDown as well. While speaking on Jim Cornette's drive-thru, Jim Cornette gave Sami Zayn props for being just that. It says here, and I quote, "Roman Reigns is great. Paul Heyman's great. Sami Zayn is incredible. He's getting the Sami chance. He opens his mouth, or even he'll hold his finger up. May I speak? He's become one of the biggest babyfaces as a great psychopathic sucker. But at least on this show, he's fun to watch." End quote. Sami Zayn's storyline with the Bloodline has earned him a ton of props from fans and peers alike. Shane Helms, aka the Hurricane, thinks Sami Zayn is the top performer on SmackDown as well. So I have to wait to see what's next in store for Sami Zayn. What's y'all's take on Sami Zayn on the Bloodline? Let me know. There's news on Roman Reigns and his schedule. There's news on Roman Reigns' schedule leading to WWE Survivor Series. So apparently that's been revealed. So it says here that Roman Reigns has been on a warpath. WWE as the undisputed Universal Champion. Since his return back in 2020, the leader of the Bloodline remains an imposing figure on Friday Night SmackDown. The Tribal Chief became the undisputed champion after defeating Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania 38. Since then, he has been utterly infallible, and that is unlikely to change anything soon. Now, Roman Reigns also has a limited schedule thanks to his new contract. According to PW Insider, Roman Reigns is set to appear on the October the 28th episode of SmackDown, as well as the October 31st episode of Monday Night Raw. I heard this match with Logan Paul at Crown Jewel. After Crown Jewel, Roman Reigns is set to appear on the November 11th, November 18th episode of SmackDown, seemingly implying that he will be featured on Survivor Series in some capacity. Roman Reigns, however, is not set for the November 25th episode of SmackDown. So we'll have to see how Roman Reigns will be booked in the coming week. What's y'all's take on Roman Reigns' current direction? Let me know in the live chats. First news on Jim Ross. So apparently, Jim Ross is apparently very happy to see Bray Wyatt make his WWE return. He's glad to see Bray Wyatt back in the company. Bray Wyatt was finally one of the most creative wrestlers in all WWE, with the greatest creative minds ever. Even while he was gone, in fact, some believe he was far too creative for the company, as he was never used to his full potential there. The former Universal Champion was let go by WWE in July of last year. Since then, the world wondered where he would go next. AEW seemed like a good option at the time, but it never happened. Bray Wyatt made his return during the Extreme Rules Freedom Live event and completely blew the roof off the entire arena. Speaking on the Grilling JR podcast, Jim Ross talked about Bray Wyatt's return and made it pretty much clear that he is very happy for Wyatt. He says here, and I quote, "I think he's a big-time player, and I'm glad he's back. I'm not sure where they're headed with that deal, nor would I like to know." He goes on to say, "I like to watch it all unfold when I get a chance. Somebody earlier asked if I watch WWE. I watch it sometimes, but I do because I'm a wrestling fan. I've got my brand, AEW is my brand, and that's what I'm buying my groceries on. But I think he's a hell of a talent." And then he finally goes on to say that he's got that blackjack ligament and Mike Rotunda blood running through his veins. He's athletic as hell for a 300-pound guy. And I'm glad he's back. I'm glad anybody is back for any company. If everybody is on board. In other words, I believe that this is going to make Bray Wyatt very happy and very fulfilled. And I think it's a good thing, end quote. Bray Wyatt cut a very emotional on Friday Night SmackDown. So we'll have to wait and see what the future holds for Wyatt. He got a very emotional promo on Friday Night SmackDown last week. However, there is news on his wife, JoJo. So apparently, JoJo was apparently spotted at Friday Night SmackDown last week. Now, JoJo Offerman has been silent since she left WWE. She moved out of WWE in 2021 and was out as she was attending to her parenting duties as she started a family with Bray Wyatt while she was out. Her husband made a surprise return. Bray Wyatt returned to Extreme Rules and gave fans something to talk about. They expected him to appear on Raw, but he appeared via a Vagnet. The Vagnet was pre-taped. While that was pre-taped, Bray Wyatt appeared on SmackDown and talked about his journey. His promo was cut short by a video that played on the Titron and ended the show on a cliffhanger. If Bray Wyatt is on the show, then chances are that his partner would be on the show too. Bray Wyatt's wife JoJo Hoffman was backstage on SmackDown but didn't appear on the show. Samantha Irvin took over for JoJo after she left. WWE tweeted a photograph of the two in a Spider-Man position, pointing at each other, and raised the stakes if JoJo Hoffman would make a return under the new regime. It's good to see JoJo back. It's likely she might be around a lot more often after Bray Wyatt's return. What do you guys think of the signing? Let me know. Matter of fact, I'm getting ready to show you guys right now. Let me pull it up. Here is the tweet. Hold on. Get ready to show you guys. Okay, so here is the tweet. This is the tweet from Samantha Irvin. Here it is. There's your proof right there that JoJo was on SmackDown last week. There is all the proof you need to see that legitimately JoJo was legitimately on SmackDown last week. If anybody can see it. Wait, hold on. Okay, here we go. I didn't push the share button. My bad. Okay, here's your proof that JoJo was shown on SmackDown, guys. Here it is. It's pulling up this time. It's already up. There it is. Is it pulling out? What's going on? What the fuck? It should be pulling up, and I don't know why it's not pulling it up. You guys see it now? All right. There's your proof right there that JoJo was on SmackDown last Friday. So at the time when she was there, the fans were not there yet. SmackDown didn't start yet. It's great to see that she's okay. It's great to see she's healthy and okay and everything. I bet Samantha Irvin was happy. She had a surprise welcome. So that was the tweet from Samantha Irvin, showing her and JoJo pointing signs at each other. All right, now we are going to go ahead and move on to the next news on WWE reportedly canceling Day 1 pay-per-view event. Now, this question might be, why are they canceling it? Well, I have the simple answers for you guys. So, it says here that WWE has a habit of changing things, especially after a new regime took control. They actually took control following Vince McMahon's retirement. Now, WWE's Day 1 event is canceled according to recent reports. According to WrestleNomics, WWE Day 1 pay-per-view show is canceled for the upcoming year. The show is over, and it doesn't look like they're going to be any rescheduling. They simply had a lot of competition on January the 1st, but an official reason was not returned upon request. This is what it says here. It says here, and I quote, WWE's Day 1 premium live event isn't taking place, according to multiple sources. The event originally scheduled for January 1st, 2023 at State Farm Arena in Atlanta isn't being rescheduled or rebranded. They continue on to say there's no PLE for WWE expected between Survivor Series on November 26th and Royal Rumble on January 28th. My sources Ringside News couldn't confirm a reason, but the cancellation could be related to appeasing WWE's business partner, NBCU Universal. So there's your reasoning right there, folks. And quote, there's your reasoning right there, man. The 2022 Day 1 show took place from the State Farm Arena in Atlanta and saw Brock Lesnar become the number one WWE, or should I say the new WWE champion after defeating Big E. Bobby Lashley, sadly, fans will not see that event happen ever again next year. Sad situation there. What do you guys think of this announcement? Let me know. All right. So, the next news we have is on Rhea Ripley. So apparently, Rhea Ripley made her debut, her in-ring debut, after a unexpected surgery. Sorry, man. I had to make sure my paper towel was smelling good and not smelling bad, man. Because I had put some water and conditioning or whatever I put in it. So yeah, again, apparently, Rhea Ripley finally made her in-ring return. After unexpected injury, Rhea Ripley worked hard to establish herself as one of the top stars in WWE's women's division. She found success in both NXT and the main roster so far. So listen up, guys. So the former Raw Women's Champion has gone through several changes over the years. And I'm done eating now, so I don't have to freaking eat and crunch anymore. She's currently a part of the Judgment Day stable, and fans are happy about her booking. Earlier this year, Rhea Ripley was out of action due to a brain injury and had not competed in a match for a very, very long time. That all changed during a WWE live event that took place in Sioux City, Ohio. Or should I say Sioux City, Iowa. Okay, I got it. Iowa. I misread it. There's a miscommunication there, guys. So, forgive me on that. Now, she partnered up with Finn Balor and Damian Priest in a 6-person tag team match against AJ Styles, Dolph Ziggler, and Nikki. Oh, what's that woman's name? What's her name? Oh yeah, that's right. Nikki Trash. Nikki Trash. At a live event. Her team lost in the end as well. So we'll have to wait and see what WWE has planned for Rhea Ripley after this week. It is likely she will be squaring off against Beth Phoenix in the future. I forgot to put these back on, didn't I? Now, are you guys stoked to see Rhea Ripley's return to the ring? Let me know. given that she had already made an appearance, she had already made a return last night on Monday Night Raw. So, you know, that's how you know she looks all right. I just hope she don't got nothing like brain damage or something like that, you know, because that's bad. That's very, very bad, especially for people with disability, man, because I have disability and I understand what brain damage is, man, you know. It's not something you want to have in your life, in your daily life. So, hopefully her brain will heal, bro, if it has already. So there was this ridiculous news on Bobby Fish. He was backstage during recent WWE NXT live events. Bobby Fish eventually made his way to AEW after he was let go by WWE as part of budget cuts last year. Sure thing, like anybody's going to believe that. He teamed up with Adam Cole and Kyle O'Reilly for a while in AEW, but it's not meant to last forever, and that is Bobby Fish's downfall. No, Fish, I don't think Fish left AEW. I think he was let go by Tony Khan. If he was, that's Bobby Fish's fault. He left AEW after he wasn't happy with how he was being booked at the promotion. No, he got let go because he said he would go to war with Triple H. That's the only reason why he left. That's the only reason why he got let go by Tony Khan. And when he said that, he crossed the line. That's when Tony Khan said, "Oh, you know what? This guy wants to go on my television and say that I would be willing to go to war with Triple H. No, you got to get the fuck out of here." Tony Khan got him out. Let him go because he said that. But Bobby Fish claims he left AEW after he wasn't happy with how he was being booked at the promotion. Obviously, I don't think that's not the real reason for that. I think it's more than just that. He also recently eviscerated CM Punk. In fact, his beef with CM Punk happened for a good reason. Whatever, man. Prior to all that, he has a solid run in WWE as part of the Undisputed Era. He even appeared on. I don't believe I'm saying this, man. I don't believe I am saying this again. He appeared on Impact Wrestling television recently. As if anybody is watching it. Do you guys not know how many people is watching Impact? There's only 6-7 people in the crowd for Impact. There's barely anybody in attendance for Impact. Impact sucks. Impact is one of the worst wrestling promotions in professional wrestling history, without a doubt. Nobody really cares about it. Nobody. Who watches Impact? Nobody. Huh. Give me a fucking break, man, with this stupidity, man. You serious? According to Fightful's paywall, Bobby Fish was backstage during a recent NXT live event. Not only him, but Austin Green was also present during a said event as well. Wonder who Austin Green is. Is he from Evolve? I don't know. Says here, and I quote, that's what Fightful said. Fightful said. That's what Ringside News said, I mean. But Fightful Select has learned that Bobby Fish and Anthony Green were both backstage at recent NXT live events. Those that we speak to confirm the two were still on very good terms with WWE. And quote, WWE also never contacted Bobby Fish in order to make a return to the company in the past. But it seems things have changed now. So I guess we'll have to wait and see whether Bobby Fish will be back or not. I doubt it. I mean, Bobby Fish has had so many injuries, though, too. Do you guys want to see Bobby Fish back in WWE? I mean, certainly not after those negative comments about CM Punk and the fact that Tony Khan let him go because he wanted to go to war with Triple H. But Triple H is going to get him. He's going to grab. Triple H is going to sign him back. After all, anybody that was let go of WWE by Vince McMahon, Triple H is going to bring back. So I would not be surprised if Triple H brings back Barbecue. I don't think anybody would care, but still. All right. Moving on to the next news. So apparently, this one's on WWE. Apparently, WWE has yet to apparently make a deal with Hulu to keep programming. What the F do they need Hulu when they have Peacock? Why do you need Hulu? Why? That's my question. Why? Can anybody in the live chat answer my question to why WWE is trying to make a deal with Hulu when they have WWE Network and Peacock already? Why? I don't understand this. I really don't. So yeah, like I was saying, apparently WWE, in fact, is trying to make. They're actually trying to make a deal with Hulu to keep the programming. And as soon as I find out, we're gonna go over the news on that. I gotta find it first, because as of right now, I can't find it. It's not on the freaking screen. Why is that not on the screen? What is going on here? Oh my freaking goodness, bro. Give me a freaking break. Are you serious? Are you freaking serious right now, dude? Where is it, man? I can't find it, guys. I can't find it, man. I don't know what's going on here, but I can't find it. And it's slowly starting to piss me off. There it is, finally. Finally, I finally found it. As I was saying, apparently WWE has yet to make a deal with Hulu to keep programming. Why does WWE need Hulu? Oh, because they want to keep programming, right? But they can keep programming with WWE Network and Peacock. So you mean WWE is not satisfied with Peacock or the WWE Network? What's going on here? It says here that WWE content has been on multiple streaming services for the past several years. It's been on too many streaming services. They need to stick with one at a time, dude. They really do. They really do, legitimately. Due to this, not everyone can actually get to see their content because of various streaming issues. So that pretty much plays a factor into why WWE's programming Hulu then. A huge factor. Now, as previously reported, all WWE content on Hulu was supposed to be pulled, apparently, on Saturday, September the 25th, because the deal for next day rights for Raw and SmackDown will expire. Other WWE shows, such as NXT Main Event, Total Divas, and Total Bellas, are in the mix to be pulled too. Good. Nobody gives a crap about Main Event, Total Divas, or Total Bellas. Nobody cares. Boring. Please get them off the network, please. Please get them off the streaming platforms. I would love for them even better to get them off of Peacock. However, they were not pulled in the end, as though they held talks with Hulu. It was complete BS. According to PW Insider, WWE content on Hulu, once again, has an expiration date. It was said that most of the content has an expiration date of 9 or 10 days. Says here, and I quote, I was looking on home and noticed that once again, WWE content has an expiration date. Most WWE content seems to have an expiration date of 9 or 10 days. The other exception, it seems, is newer episodes of SmackDown from the last 3 weeks do not seem to have expiration dates on them. Then they go on to say in a short paragraph here, in a short sentence, those older than a month to be set to expire. 9 to 10 day window. End quote. Hulu is primarily owned by Disney and NBC Universal. Let's make it very clear that nobody watches Disney. Just saying. Boring. NBC Universal owns the remaining stake. Both Disney and NBC Universal are partners with WWE to varying degrees. WWE has been in a business relationship with Hulu since 2012, but that's likely ending. Now, there's news on Jim Cornette again. So apparently he blasted WWE fans, he blasted the geeks online for hyping Brock Lesnar's return. While Lesnar remains one of the most highly anticipated, accomplished WWE superstars of all time, even though WWE doesn't need him right now. They don't need him at all. They don't need Ronda Rousey at all, and they certainly don't need Lacey Evans at all. They don't even need Logan Paul. They don't even need him. He has seen a ton of success, both inside and outside WWE. His next opponent could be a huge surprise as well. His next opponent already is a surprise because his next opponent is Bobby Lashley. The Prichard called to challenge Roman Reigns for his titles. And WWE SummerSlam. Despite his best efforts, he was unable to defeat Roman Reigns. He was absent from WWE television since then. On this past week's episode of Monday Night Raw, Brock Lesnar made his shocking return, destroyed Bobby Lashley. While speaking on Jim Cornette's drive-through, Jim Cornette blasted WWE fans for hyping up Lesnar's return. He says here, and I quote, "It is indictment, again, with the modern wrestling fan, for the way the business has been presented. That when a guy switches heel, they love him." Brock says good evening to everybody. He says good evening to Bobby Lashley and picks him up for an F5 out of nowhere and drops him, and fans love it. Brock Lesnar turns heel, attacks another babyface for no reason out of nowhere. The fans chant one more time the babyface to be assaulted again. And then Brock Lesnar gives him a German suplex. And then one more time, and another F5 gets the Kimura lock on Bobby and cranks it up and then lets him go and stands over him laughing while the people cheer this dirty. No good son of a BICTH for huffing, not back, jumping, but inevitably sucker 5-ing the babyface. End quote. That's what Jim Cornette said. And it's likely Brock Lesnar and Bobby Lashley will be feuding in the coming weeks as we head towards Crown Jewel. So let's see how it will be booked because those two have a lot of unfinished business. Well, I can tell you right now it was booked well. It was booked very, very well. WWE did a very good job with this feud on Raw this week, and I was impressed. It invested my time in watching it. There's news on Jade Rail. So apparently, he's not rolling out returning to WWE's Edge's backup, which I think will never happen. I don't doubt that this will happen at all. Edge is a WWE Hall of Famer. He fought Finn Balor in an I Quit match at Extreme Rules. The performer thought there was nothing that can force him to say the words. But things have changed. Beth Phoenix, in a precarious situation, changed Edge's mind, and he uttered the words, "I quit." He went into the position courtesy of Rhea Ripley, who had Beth in a dangerous position. Rhea was about to hit cone chair on Beth Phoenix. That messed me up a little bit, which changed the game for Edge. Finn Balor and Damian Priest had him by his side. Go ahead and change the music again. So when Finn Balor and Damian Priest had him by his side, looking at the things on a recent K&S WrestleFest live stream, Jindro offered his assistance. Says here, and I quote, No, I never say never, but creeping up there in age. And I'm a vampire, so keep banging and bang. End quote. We've seen Edge embrace his past with the role on WWE television, most notably with his interest during Day One Premium live event when he came out to Jindro's theme song. I thought they were going to mention Alter Bridge. From the rising platform to the fire surrounding Edge, the entrance brought back road vibes. But time will tell if WWE turns to Jindro for an appearance down the line. If they do. Now, there's news on Angel Garza and Humberto Carrillo. So, unfortunately, I have some sad news to tell the Humberto Carrillo and Angel Garza fans. So apparently, this week, Angel Garza and Humberto Carrillo's grandfather, Humberto Garza, passed away. So it says here that Humberto Garza, an email star of the 50s, 60s, and 70s, passed away earlier this week at the age of 85. For those who don't know, he was the grandfather of WWE superstars Angel Garza and Humberto Carrillo, which I already knew. I've seen his matches, and I know who he looks like. Both Humberto and Angel Garza are a tag team in WWE currently right now. The entire wrestling community sent their condolences to the Humberto family. One known wrestler who sent a heartfelt message to Angel Garza and Humberto Carrillo is Alberto El Patron, known as Alberto Del Rio. The Mexican star took to Twitter to send his wishes to the family in Spanish, which translated into a heartfelt message. It says here, and I quote, "Today, Mexican wrestling is mourning the loss of Mr. Humberto Garza to his grandchildren, Angel Garza, Humberto Carrillo. My condolences and a big hug, as well as to all his family and friends at this difficult time. Rest in peace, Don Humberto." End quote. It's a great loss for the wrestling community indeed. It's a sad loss to me, more like a sad loss, more like an upset loss, more like a terrible loss. My thoughts and prayers go out to Humberto Carrillo and Angel Garza's family during these difficult times. My thoughts go out to both of them as well. And Ringside News even said their thoughts and prayers go out to the family in these difficult times. So, make sure you guys, everybody that's subscribed to my channel, comment the prayer emojis if you're still in the chat. And please share your found memories of Humberto Garza in the comments, in the live chats, please. Now, I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next news here, the next Tuesday afternoon news here on Bayley. This one's hilarious. This one's going to have some of you laugh. So, apparently, man, this is just hilarious to go over, man. It really is. Bayley calls out Kid for heckling her during WWE live event. Bayley is most definitely one of the most established female wrestlers in all of WWE. She is a record-breaking SmackDown Women's Champion and can be both a babyface and a heel with effortless ease, rightfully so. I told everybody last month on my live streams and reviews that Bayley is just like Kevin Owens. If Kevin Owens can get it done as a babyface heel, then Bayley can too. And they both proved that time again, week after week, month after month. They've proven that. Year after year, they've proven that, even. The role model was away for well over a year after suffering an ACL injury while training at the WWE Performance Center. She finally returned during WWE SummerSlam alongside Cora and Scott. They are known as Damage Control. We got the save, we got the rage. Anyways, during a recent WWE live event, Bayley was having a match and was essentially checked by a young child in attendance. I love their theme song, man. It's got a good catch to it. She took to Twitter, reacting to the video of the said incident. She says here, and I quote, "Kids are so out of control these days. It's very sad to see." End quote. We will have to wait and see what WWE will have planned for Bayley and her faction in the coming weeks. Kids are out of control in real life. There's kids out here killing their own parents. There's kids out here killing innocent people for no reason. This violence and crime has to stop in America, man. Seriously. If it doesn't, if the police or the governor or anybody doesn't put a stop to all this violence in Salisbury, it's gonna, and all this violence, not only in Salisbury, but in Charlotte, places like Pennsylvania and Las Vegas. If all these shootings and stabbings and all these crimes, if the police or the government don't put a stop to all these stabbings and killings and shootings and crimes, man, it's gonna get worse. And I'm already starting to see it slowly get worse in America. Even in Colombia, there's still killings and shootings. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I'd rather be in Colombia than be in America, to be honest. Colombia is a good country, man. It's got the beach there. I want to be able to go on vacation one day and be at the Colombian beach, man. Colombia. Be at a beach in Colombia, where I can see because I want to look at and stare at these good-looking freaking Colombian female models. You know what I mean, man? They are fine as you know. I'm telling you, I'm not gonna say. But seriously, to be real, man, this violence and crime has to stop, man. Really. Why don't you go look for yourself a boyfriend or a girlfriend instead of fucking coming out here stabbing and killing people? Why don't you get a job? Why don't you fucking be a YouTube content creator like me instead of coming out here shooting and killing people? Oh, it's ridiculous. Enough is enough of that. I'm still looking for a girlfriend. I have yet to be dating one. But don't worry. I will have one sooner rather than later because my patience is kind of running out on that. My patience is definitely running out on that. But there's always something bad happening in this world every week. That's why it's always important to watch your surroundings, trust your instincts, and take care of yourself, man. If you're currently doing good for yourself like I am, like how I'm doing for myself, keep on going, man, because you may get to a level where nobody is in life, and that is to a successful level, to a high level, a level that nobody can't go, that nobody is patient enough to go, unfortunately. So, anyways, we will have to wait and see what WWE will have planned for Bayley and her faction in the coming weeks. Now, we're gonna go ahead and move on to this next news here. So apparently, JoJo reportedly is not rejoining. We just went over the first news on JoJo. Now there's a second news on JoJo. So apparently, JoJo Hoffman reportedly not rejoining WWE despite Bray Wyatt's return to the company. I'll be right back. It's gonna take me 2 seconds. I want to check my mom's going to come up for you. I didn't want my mom to hear me. All right, so apparently JoJo's reportedly not rejoining WWE despite Bray Wyatt's return to the company. Why? I don't know. I have no clue. I wish I know, but I know why. I guess there's an explanation as to why JoJo Hoffman is not rejoining WWE. So I may not have the answer, but I know my sources Ringside News does. So apparently, once again, JoJo Hoffman is not rejoining WWE despite Bray Wyatt's return. It says here that Bray Wyatt was let go by WWE in July of last year, which we already knew. Since then, the world wondered where he would go next. AEW seemed like a good option at the time, never happened. Bray Wyatt made his return during the Extreme Premium Live event, completely blew the roof of the entire arena. JoJo Hoffman has been silent since she left WWE. She left the company last year and was out as she was tending to her parenting duties as she started a family with Bray Wyatt. That's why I figured. Well, I figured last week or about 2 weeks ago, I said, does JoJo Bray Wyatt have a child? I questioned that 2 weeks ago. Questioned that. And for those reported, Joe Hoffman was at SmackDown this week, which we went over already. We went over the news on that. According to Fightful's paywall, despite the appearance, JoJo Hoffman will not be returning to WWE. It says here, and I quote, this is what Fightful's paywall said. And I quote, JoJo Hoffman was backstage. We haven't heard any info on her possibly rejoining WWE. She was likely visiting with Bray Wyatt. End quote. Bray Wyatt cut a very emotional promo on Friday Night SmackDown this week. I got sidetracked a little bit. Sorry. That's why I kind of froze for like 3 seconds. We'll have to wait and see what the future holds for Wyatt in the WWE. I know Bray Wyatt's going to have his first feud in WWE, but who is it going to be with? Bray Wyatt is a SmackDown superstar. I mean, there's barely anybody on SmackDown for Bray Wyatt to feud with right now. Bray Wyatt could easily start his feud with LA Knight. Had they not turned him heel, had they had him as a babyface, LA Knight would have got his first feud in WWE, which would have been with Bray Wyatt, maybe. Bray Wyatt needs somebody to feud with, man. He really does. Okay, so apparently there's this news on Mustafa Ali. So he debuted a new look at the live event this week. Mustafa Ali was once set to be given a big push that was derailed due to an injury. Fans since then, he has undergone quite a few changes to his character, from being a leader of Retribution to his current gimmick. He still hasn't been able to pretty much, I'd say, what the hell just happened? What happened? I just had the news article on here and it came off by itself. Oh man, I don't know what the heck's going on with this laptop, dude. I really don't. I don't understand it. Now, why would this laptop do something so pathetic? I take an article that I was just now going over with you guys. There it is. Anyways, as I was reading, AEW new news live stream here. It seems like WWE has changed up his look again during a live show. But before that, it says he still hasn't been able to get over with the fans. Now, he appeared wearing short trunks for the match. During the show, he teamed up with Matt Riddle to defeat Alpha Academy. Over the past few weeks, it seems like WWE is gearing up to push Mustafa Ali again. It started when he was set to face the United States champion, Bobby Lashley, in a title bout. Although he lost the match, he seemed to gain the respect of Bobby Lashley in the crowd. However, after the match was over, Seth Rollins attacked both Bobby Lashley and Mustafa Ali. And now, with Seth Rollins as new United States champion, it shouldn't be long before these two superstars clash in the ring. However, we will have to wait and watch whether this new change in appearance will lead to Mustafa Ali getting a push on WWE television. His new gear looks absolutely dope as fuck, man. What an awesome new look and a new gear that Mustafa Ali has. I love that gear. Gold and blue. Gold is my second favorite color. Blue is my first favorite color. Silver is my third favorite color. So, awesome gear from Mustafa Ali. I love it. He looks absolutely great. He looks fit. He looks good in shape. He really does. What's y'all's take on Mustafa Ali's new look? Let me know in the live comments. Now, there's some news. There's some news on WWE reportedly making future plans for JBL. So there's some news on that. We're going to go over that here. So apparently, JBL, Bradshaw Layfield, John Bradshaw Layfield, known as JBL, used to be a top heel during the Ruthless Aggression era. JBL retired from in-ring competition to become a play-by-play commentator. He will apparently be returning to television programming very soon, which he did make his return to television on Monday Night Raw last night. This news is from Sunday, from 2 days ago. So according to PW Insider, WWE had plans for the Hall of Famer to appear on future Raw shows in some capacity, like he did last night, to line himself with Corbin. JBL last appeared on an episode of SmackDown from September. He offered to manage Happy Corbin. It says here, and I quote, "There was talk at SmackDown Friday night that WWE Hall of Famer JBL would be at the next several Raws in some capacity." That quote. As previously reported, Corbin is undergoing an edgy character change. SmackDown Superstar is expected to return to WWE TV with JBL as his manager. He's expected to return to WWE television with JBL as his manager. So, what are y'all's take on the story? Let me know. So WWE is making changes to premium live events in 2023. I got some news on that. I hope you guys enjoy me giving you guys your dirty AEW Tuesday afternoon news. We're just about done. Not quite, but just about. It's just about over. So, it says here that ever since Triple H has taken over as head of creative in WWE, he has made several changes to the product. He has even brought back several stars released by the company in the early months. It looks like the changes are going to keep coming as we head into 2023. One change that WWE is planning to make is the change of its premium live events. According to Brian Alvarez, tweeted from his super followers Twitter account, WWE has officially scrapped the day one premium live event. Brian Alvarez also noted that WWE is planning more international shows and less gimmick shows. That's great. International shows are always better than gimmick shows. And that does happen. Then we will likely see fewer shows like Extreme Rules and Hell in a Cell. Maybe. Fans have been critical of the gimmick shows in the past, stating that a match like Hell in a Cell should be protected and used rarely. Based on what we learned from Brian Alvarez, based on what Ringside News learned from Brian Alvarez, not me, it looks like WWE is planning major changes to its product. So, what do you guys make of these changes to premium live events? What do you think? Let me know. Apparently, Jim Cornette thinks Wardlow should join WWE as quick as possible. I can actually see why. AEW is suffering right now. Their Dark and Elevation shows have been absolutely horrible. Meanwhile, their Dynamite Rampage shows have been great. Rampage, some weeks Rampage is great, some weeks Rampage is not great. Every week, Dynamite is always great. So it says here that Wardlow, and we are now, and speaking of AEW news, we are now almost done with the WWE. I'm almost done giving you guys your WWE Tuesday afternoon news. But anyways, it says here on the screen that Wardlow won the TNT Championship from Scorpio Sky during a previous episode of Dynamite. Since then, Wardlow has successfully defended the title against the likes of Orange Cassidy and Brian Cage. Many believe Wardlow has lost the momentum he had during his feud with MJF. Some, including Jim Cornette, believe Wardlow should actually consider joining WWE. In fact, man, my head don't feel right. In fact, Jim Cornette talked about Wardlow's AEW booking during the latest episode of the Jim Cornette Experience. The legendary wrestling manager said WWE is a tailor-made public for Wardlow. It's a tailor-made place for Wardlow, and that he should jump ship to the Stanford-based promotion. I feel like I'm about to fall asleep, man. It says here, and I quote, "I can tell you in a heartbeat, Wardlow, you wouldn't like living in Connecticut, but you don't have to work in the office. You can live anywhere in the country you want and work for the WWE." And Wardlow's goal, especially with what's been done to him over the last 3 months, should be to get the fuck to the WWE as quick as possible. And then he goes on to say that He has the size. He has the look. We can talk enough now that he'll get better. And that is a tailor-made place for them to get him over if they weren't interested in. I don't know why they wouldn't be with his various attributes. And they would know a more focused approach than bringing him out on television and the people going crazy for him, and then him winning a program, and then either hiding him or teaming him up with multiple other people. Or the other night, they probably put him in a match with Brian Cage. It physically makes him look less important. It is so right. Which is we'll talk about that programming here in a little while. Just diminishes the guy even when he's beating him. So he goes on to say in his last paragraphs, people get up now for the power bombs, not as much as they were, but they're still up for those. They were goddamn molten for the power bombs 3 months ago. Now they still like them, but they're making the fans trudge through high water to get to the power bombs with Wardlow. There's no focus. There's no plan. He's just been bouncing back and forth, doing all of that and that. I can't believe they want to get a guy over in WWE. They'll get him over. That's evidence. Like some of the guys they want to get over. You can't get away from them on their television. End quote. Wardlow is currently paired with Samoa Joe, and they are feuding with the Basti these days. So let's have to see what's next in store for Wardlow. Now, moving on to the next news. So apparently a release of a star has talked about returning to WWE for NXT Europe. It says here that WWE bid farewell to NXT UK a couple of weeks ago. The company released many stars associated with the brand as well. Dave Mastiff was one of the stars who were shown at the door. Now he's talking about whether he wants to come back for NXT Europe or not. Dave Mastiff talked about his WWE stint during a new interview with PW Insider. The former NXT UK star, he considered joining NXT Europe if the offer is right. Noting that NXT Europe is still a long way from being a complete vision. We had meetings, it says here, and I quote. This is what Dave Mastiff said. It says here, and I quote, we have meeting, and we're told it was closing. We were told the Europe thing was in the pipeline. They then made a press conference release. They made a press release seconds after. Then we all got the calls releasing us. Anything that said it's guesswork by anyone. They need to do a lot of work. WWE has big plans in regards to the launch of NXT Europe as well. The company is looking for potential broadcast partners to join their vision in Europe. Now, WWE's plans for Bray Wyatt faction are apparently still not worked out as of yet. So, we know that Bray Wyatt was finally one of the most creative wrestlers in all WWE, but Bray Wyatt Bray Wyatt made his return at the Extreme Rules Live event and completely blew the roof off the entire arena. We know that too. But during an appearance on TSN Radio's Sunday night's main event, Meltzer was asked about the Roman Wyatt 6 faction. Sunday's night main event is a show. So he stated that WWE has yet to work out plans for the faction. He says here, and I quote, "I've certainly heard names for a faction, but then I heard other people say those aren't the names. Someone even told me it's not even all worked out, especially how it's all gonna go down." End quote. Bray Wyatt cut a very emotional promo on Friday Night SmackDown last week, so that's that. And there's news on Sami Zayn. So apparently WWE could have huge plans for him going forward in the WWE. Sami Zayn has been part of WWE for well over 8 years now, and he has several solid matches in that time period. His ability to master anything he is given has helped make him a very dependable star as well. The Bloodline has become the most dominant faction in the entire company for a long time now. Sami Zayn is now on a mission to be part of the Bloodline as well. He is now considered an honorary Uso by the faction. Jey Uso wasn't too happy about it and continues to have a lot of trouble with Zayn. Despite this, Zayn made it clear that he will remain a true part of the Bloodline. For many fans, Zayn's current role has become the best thing about Friday Night SmackDown as well. Dave Meltzer of the Wrestling Observer Radio reported that the honorary Uso Sami Zayn could turn babyface and face Roman Reigns. Says here, and I quote, "Since they've done Lesnar to death, got to stick with Riddle, who isn't pushed at top level anyway, even though he and Reigns did a great job. Now, have now gotten past McIntyre, and Orton is still on the shelf with no return date known. They are back to no obvious title contenders for now. They do have Zayn for down the line, who is very popular, but at the end of the day, nobody is going to think he can beat Reigns either." My head's not feeling right either. End quote. So that's pretty much all they said. Let me know your thoughts on that story, folks. So there's news on Shawn Michaels. So apparently, Shawn Michaels refused that Triple H has massively increased morale in WWE after taking control in WWE as head of creative talent relations. Now, Triple H is doing a good job for himself, but he took his first massive L by bringing Braun Strowman back. That was one of the worst decisions you could ever make, bringing somebody like that back. It says here that Shawn Michaels is certainly one of the best in-ring performers to have ever graced a WWE ring. He was taunted as Mr. WrestleMania, and he truly lived up to that moniker. Michaels has always exceeded expectations when it comes to performing in a match. Many say that he was so good inside the ring that H could even have a believable match with a broomstick. Triple H has been making a lot of changes since he was made creative head of WWE. Ever since he was made the creative head of WWE, speaking on the Ringer Wrestling Show podcast, Shawn Michaels stated that Triple H massively improved morale in WWE. He says, and I quote, "I would say it's no secret to anybody that there is a huge uplift in morale from the top to bottom in WWE." He went on to say, whether it's Raw or SmackDown or NXT, everybody's very excited for the future. End quote. Shawn Michaels is more than happy working in NXT right now, so we'll have to wait and see what's next for him. I feel weird, y'all. Like, my head is hurting. Like I need to go lay down for a bit and then get ready for work, you know. I'm trying to speed things up quickly because it is 4:21. I want to be at work before 5:30. At least be at work at 5 o'clock or 5:10 or at least. Head is not feeling right, man. So I got some news on WWE on where and I have some news on WWE. So they were actually criticized over Austin Theory's questionable booking. And I think I have the answers to why they were questionable over Austin Theory's booking. I think I have an answers to that. So let's hear that Austin Theory worked hard to establish himself as one of the most gifted young stars in WWE. He got his first break back in NXT thanks to Johnny Gargano's The Way, and soon found himself on the main roster as Vince McMahon's protege. Austin Theory improved tremendously under Tote Leg Vince McMahon as he saw great success in the past several months or so. This is especially the case now that he is Mr. Money in the Bank. Theory has been on a strike of bad luck as of late. He has lost to Drew McIntyre, Kevin Owens, Bobby Lashley, and Johnny Gargano while speaking on his podcast, Keeping It 100. Conan criticized WWE over the questionable booking for Austin Theory. It says here, and I quote, "My theory on Theory, Austin, is I don't know if Hunter doesn't see the same thing as Vince because, bro, he has been taking a lot of losses. This was a clean loss. Now I talk about directions and interferences. Distractions and interferences, which they do too much, pretty much. But this was a clean loss to Gargano. So I don't know if they are gonna have him cash in his Money in the Bank briefcase and get him all his heat back. And in the meantime, he keeps doing jobs, but it just seems that's all he's been doing." End quote. So we'll have to wait and see whether WWE will eventually improve Austin Theory's booking or not. It seems unlikely for the time being. Now, moving on to this next news on UFC owner teasing interest in buying WWE, which I believe might actually happen, given that SmackDown is on Fox every Friday nights. SmackDown, I think, has a TV deal with Fox, I believe. So, I mean, to be honest, I'm just going to throw this out there. I would rather have UFC sign WWE than these shitty companies like Disney, Nickelodeon, and Boomerang, and all these freaking companies and channels signing WWE. Because why would anybody want Nickelodeon or Disney signing WWE, buying WWE? Come on, man. I would absolutely not have Nickelodeon and Disney buying WWE. If you want somebody to buy WWE, it should be UFC. If anything, it should be UFC. Because then you can, anybody from the UFC that wants to be in the WWE, that wants to have a contract, can be trained, can be in NXT or on the main roster, you know. You could bring some UFC wrestlers into WWE, into Raw or SmackDown or NXT. They could do stuff like that. And I think that would be a great idea to bring MMA fighters or UFC fighters like that in. You know, Matt Riddle was a former UFC fighter, you know. And Sonya Deville, talents like Sonya Deville, Kushida, Bobby Lashley, Brock Lesnar, Shayna Baszler, Ronda Rousey, and all them. They all have MMA backgrounds. So I would not be surprised if they bring anybody in with MMA backgrounds or with a UFC background. But it says here that Ultimate Fighting Championship, UFC, is the world's leading mixed martial art organization. SOFA, LLC, a division of Endeavor Group Holdings, owns and runs UFC. Mark Shapiro, president of Endeavor, really discussed the potential I can't even pronounce this word. Acquisition. He recently discussed the potential acquisition of, I guess, blind WWE. Following Mr. McMahon's retirement earlier this year, numerous speculations surfaced over the past few months suggesting Endeavor is considering buying the Stanford-based wrestling entertainment company. Shapiro addressed these claims in a recent appearance with the Town podcast, revealing whether his business was considering purchasing WWE, which is said to have a market value of close to $5.63 billion. Wow. Oh my goodness, that is a lot of money. That is a lot of fucking money, I'm telling you right now. It says here, and I quote, that would be something that would be interesting and worth exploring. Would we buy it? Who knows? Last I checked, it wasn't for sale. We're interested in anything in the owned sports property segment. End quote. Since the start of 2022, WWE has seen numerous changes. Former CEO and chairman Vince McMahon announced his retirement a few months ago amid allegations of wrongdoing. He was followed as the new chairman, woman, and co-CEO by Nick Khan and his daughter, Stephanie McMahon. Triple H assumed control of the creative process in the interim. He has been appointed as the new CCO. Additionally, Shawn Michaels was given the title of Vice President of Talent Development. Only time will tell if these acquisition talks will turn into reality. What are y'all's thoughts on UFC buying WWE? Let me know. Now, moving on to the next. So apparently, WWE has called for Jey Uso. Somebody has called for Jey Uso to defeat Roman Reigns for the WWE Undisputed Universal title. Why would they do that, man? Why? Who put this news out here, man? Who wrote this news article? Who put it out there? Who put this fucking news article out here, man? Oh, man! It's not even gonna happen. It's not gonna happen, man. It's not gonna happen, man. What? Why, man? Why are we even going over this shit, man? Why? So, Roman Reigns rules over as the Universal Champion. I'm sorry. It's one of the most hilarious articles I've ever seen. I mean, the geeks are lying. Oh man, the geeks are lying. Say that a call was made for Jey Uso to defeat Roman Reigns for the undisputed Universal Champion. Oh snap, man! These geeks online are so dumb, man. People on social media are so stupid. They are so stupid, man. Oh shit, man. The head of the table completely renovated himself after his return in 2020, and the momentum is clearly with him right now. Dude, I can't get off of this shit. This shit is hilarious, bro. Oh my god, even Ben would come on here laughing at what I just read, after what I just said. Legitimately. It's the funniest article I've seen all day. Oh my goodness. Jimmy Uso suffered a knee injury in March 2020, which put him on the shelf until May 2021. After his return, he had to earn the trust of the tribal chief to be included in the bloodline. While speaking during his Wrestling with Russo show, the former WWE writer, Vince Russo, made it clear that he believes Jey Uso should be the one to dethrone Roman Reigns. Oh, so it was Vince Russo? No. The one person that should dethrone Roman Reigns to win the WWE Champion should be Cody Rhodes. The one person that should dethrone Roman Reigns to win the WWE Universal Championship should be either Kevin Owens or Gunther. There is nobody else in that division. There's nobody else in that division on SmackDown that will be able to dethrone Roman Reigns besides either Kevin Owens or Gunther. All they got to do is have Gunther, an Imperium turn babyface, and have Gunther feud with Roman Reigns. I would love to see a Gunther and Roman Reigns feud. I would love to see that on SmackDown. I really would. Legitimately. Vince Russo is a fucking geek, man. Unbelievable. One of the worst things I fucking ever heard from a former WWE writer. Why would Jey Uso dethrone his own cousin, Roman Reigns, to become the Universal Champion? Do you know how stupid? Do you know how utterly dumb this sounds? Absolutely out of the ordinary, at the bottom of the barrel dumb. There's no way in hell that Jey Uso is dethroning Roman Reigns. Vince Russo's got to make himself to be some complete glittering idiot or something, man. This guy's got an IQ with a fucking pencil written all over him, man. Seriously. Anyways, it says here, and I quote, "But now Sammy is playing a character on a wrestling show, and he's different. It's very, very entertaining. That's one thing Vince Russo got right. So he's not that much of an idiot. Now he's not. If I look at the cards that I have, Sammy doesn't need to be a champion. He's over. If he continues to do what he's doing, he'll be over. I think Jey needs it." I disagree. That's one thing I disagree on. Jey Uso and Roman Reigns have already had the feud. Why would you have Jamie? Why would you bring back a feud that's already been done and dethroned by Roman Reigns? Roman Reigns completely smashed Jey Uso. Why would you want to have Roman Reigns smash Jey Uso again? You fucking serious with this shit? Me a break. Terrible comments here from Russo, man. Now, the fact that he said Sami Zayn's very, very entertaining, I agree with that. That I agree on. But what he said, the fact that he thinks Jey Uso needs it, no. Now, Jey Uso is not a singles competitor. He's a tag team competitor. The Usos are a tag team. They're not singles competitors. That's what you're thinking here, sir. No. It's not going to happen. Never in a million years it's going to happen. Never in a million years is that right there going to happen. And then he goes on to say, I think at this point, if we look at Sami's way over, Roman Reigns way over. So if you look at the big picture, Jey probably needs it more. So in this story, I would really concentrate on how to get Jey Uso over and get him to the next level and make him as valuable as the other two. Hell no. So that's what bitch Russo think they would do. They should do. No, I think they need to fucking have the Usos turn on Sami Zayn so we can get Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens versus the Usos for the undisputed WWE SmackDown and Raw Tag Team Champions. We want to see Usos and Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn feud. We don't want to see no Jey Uso over and feud all over again. What is bitch Russo thinking, man? How old is this guy? Is he this guy? How old is this guy? Is he in his fucking 60s or 70s? For him to be coming up with this idea like this? This is a terrible idea, man. What a terrible take that was for Vince Russo, man, on Jey Uso. Holy shit. That was absolutely awful. Well, what an awful take, man. Seriously. So there are also those who believe Sami Zayn will be challenged for Roman Reigns instead. Let's see. We'll have to wait and see who will beat Reigns in the end. It's either Gunther or Kevin Owens, I'm telling you right now. To win that Universal Championship, it's either Gunther or Kevin Owens. So as the WWE Championship goes, Cody Rhodes will be the one to beat Roman Reigns. Should be the one to beat Roman Reigns to win the WWE Champion. Don't worry, he's going to punch his fucking ticket to the Royal Rumble, and he's going to win that Royal Rumble, and he's going to get a WWE Championship between himself and Roman Reigns, and he's going to beat Roman Reigns to become the new WWE Champion. So we're going to have Cody Rhodes as the new WWE Champion, and have Gunther or Kevin Owens as the new Universal Champion. But technically, isn't Kevin Owens a former Universal Champion? Hold on, let me look up KO real quick to find out if he is a former Universal Champion or not. Because if he is a former Universal Champion, then it only makes sense for WWE to turn Gunther babyface, because we have not seen the babyface Gunther in WWE. Never. We have never seen a babyface Gunther in WWE before. Never, man. Do you guys agree with Russo? And I know you're probably going to ask me, do I agree with Russo? My answer is no. Yes, Kevin Owens is a former Universal Champion. So it would make sense for Gunther to be thrown on Reigns to win the Universal Championship. And have Gunther somehow drop that title to either Pete Dunne or Tyler Bate. Or maybe a Braun Breaker. I'm talking about the Intercontinental Championship. Now, moving on to the news on WWE. So apparently, there's more news on them. So WWE stock pretty much hits 52-week high month after Vince McMahon's retirement. So it says here that WWE saw its stock price take off after news of Vince McMahon's retirement from the company. Vince McMahon has been embroiled in a hush money scandal where he paid employees to keep quiet about sexual relationship. Now that Triple H took the reins, WWE stock is up more than 50% in 2022. Despite the aftermath from Vince McMahon's departure and the current trend of the stock market, CNBC carried a piece today on the WWE stock reaching a 52-week high. WWE Insider noted that they noticed the same thing last week. They noted that they noticed the same thing last week, something that the company was obviously looking for. According to the story, people think WWE could be a target for acquisition before its next TV contracts with Fox and Comcast expired. Now, the report notes WWE's recent stock and states that the company's stock is up more than 50% in 2022. The company's stock is up more than 50% in 2022, hitting a 52-week high Monday in trading at levels it hasn't seen since summer of 2019. And then it continues to say here that the S&P 500 by comparison is down more than 20% this year. The stock's strong performance this year occurred. WWE's live wrestling events business came roaring back after months of COVID restrictions, and the company increasingly become the subject of sale talks. The stock continued to do well after the company's long-time leader and biggest shareholder, Vince McMahon, retired from the company over the summer in a cloud of scandal. Shares of the company were effectively flat Monday after hitting $76.90. $7,690, in other words. Or $76.90, put it that way. WWE's market capitalization is over $5.6 billion. That is a lot. Wow. End quote. The stock's excellent gain this year was due to the return of WWE's live wrestling events business following months of COVID limitations, as well as the company's increasing involvement in acquisition discussions. After Vince McMahon, the company's long-standing CEO and largest shareholder, left from the business during the summer under a cloud of scandal, stock price continued to rise. So I will keep you guys up to date on the latest stories and updates in regards to that and much more. When I'm live from my AEW news live streams, I always keep you up to date with what's going on in the world of professional wrestling. Always. I always do. So. Now, the next news we have is on WWE. The next news we have is on WWE, and apparently they received serious warning about booking Bray Wyatt's booking. Why? I don't know, man. You guys have to find out when I go over it. So, while speaking on the Smack Talk show, Dutch Montel talked about Bray Wyatt's return and questioned his talents Triple H might book Bray Wyatt against. It says here, and I quote, "The Bray Wyatt thing, it remains to be seen how he is going to get over. But let's put ourselves in the spot of creative. What's his first match? Who they gonna work him with? Remember, we talked about how shallow the bench WWE roster was. It's still just as shallow." End quote. So that's what Montel had to say. Bray Wyatt cut a very emotional promo on Friday Night SmackDown this week. So I'll have to wait and see what the future holds for Wyatt. I'm taking these off. It's hurting my ears a little bit. Now, there's news on Alexa Bliss teasing joining Bray Wyatt with throwback post. And I'm going to show you guys, it's probably, she probably tweeted the post of her and Bray Wyatt on Twitter. Let me see if it'll pop up on here, which I will show you guys here in just a minute. So, so apparently Alexa Bliss shocked the world when she aligned herself with Bray Wyatt at Extreme Rules in 2020. During this time, she changed her appearance and carried around a creepy doll called Rhea. Alexa Bliss, Alexa portrayed this character well, and there was always a dark aura around him. However, since Bray Wyatt was released from his WWE contract, Bliss transitioned back into her previous role. But now that Bray Wyatt has returned to the WWE, many fans are speculating that Alexa Bliss will realign with Bray Wyatt. The former Raw Women's Champion raised more eyebrows when she posted a throwback photo on Instagram of her darker character. It says here, and I quote, "Welcome to my nightmare. I think you're gonna like it here." She captioned the post, end quote. Alexa Bliss hasn't done anything noteworthy since transitioning back to her old self. Therefore, it wouldn't be a surprise if WWE places Alexa Bliss and Bray Wyatt's rumored faction. It'll be interesting to see how WWE treat Alexa Bliss' character going forward. Now I'm going to show you guys this photo of Alexa Bliss here. Hang on a second. Getting ready to pull it up here. All right, guys. So here is the photo of Alexa Bliss. So that is the photo of Alexa Bliss. Now, I thought it was originally going to be a photo of her and Bray Wyatt, but it turns out not. That was not the case. Turns out this is the only photo I see that is shown here. So that is Alexa Bliss, man. That's her tease photo joining Bray Wyatt in his faction. She looks kind of scary. She really does. That look on her face, that look looks really scary. Anyways. Moving on to the news on WWE. Apparently, WWE locks down interest. They locked down interesting name that is strangely close to released superstar. WWE locks down. Interesting name. I don't know if the photo had showed up. I don't know if the photo popped up or not. It may not have. If it didn't, I'm sorry. I tried. I don't know why my freaking stream's been acting a little strange. I don't know what's going on with that. Hold on. I'm going to show you guys again real quick before I go over the news on WWE locking down interesting name that is strangely close to WWE released superstars. Hold on, guys. I'm going to show you guys the photo of Alexa Bliss again because I don't think it pulled up right. It wasn't pulled up correctly. I gotta hurry up too because I gotta be at work before 5:30, and I want to be there. I want to be there close to the time I was there yesterday. Dang it! Come on, man. What's wrong with this website today? Oh my goodness, bro. Tab is acting stupid here. All right, here it is, guys. Here's this Alexa Bliss photo tease. As you can see, it's nothing but a photo of Alexa Bliss holding her phone. This is her. And this is what she said. Welcome to my nightmare. I think you're going to like it here. That's what she said. So. Now, back on to that news that I was going to be going over. I had to go back to the news article to show y'all the image of Alexa Bliss because it wasn't showing on there properly. Now, so it says here on the screen, on the laptop screen, that WWE looks to be preparing to introduce a new NXT star. The promotion has filled a new trademark for a ring name. Usually when this happens, the talent using the name either makes their debut soon after or has already been working for the company. The latest ring name WWE is seeking to own is Lyra Valkyrie or Valkyra. Lyra Valkyria. I guess that's the name. According to the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, the name has been reserved for use by WWE for entertainment services. The full description of trademark is as follows. So, it says here, and I quote, mark for Lyra Valkyria. Trademark registration is intended to cover categories of entertainment services, namely wrestling inhibitations and performances by a professional wrestler and entertainer, rendered live and through broadcast media, including television and radio, via the internet or commercial online service, providing wrestling news and information via a global computer network, providing information in the fields of sports and entertainment, an online community portal, providing a website in the field of sports entertainment information, fan club services, namely organizing sporting events in the field of wrestling for wrestling fan club members, organizing social entertainment events for entertainment purposes for wrestling fan club members, providing online newsletters in the fields of sports entertainment, online journals, namely belongs in the field of sports entertainment, end quote. This is very interesting because WWE had Taya Valkyrie around NXT as Frankie Monet, but she was fired. Now it appears that WWE is giving the Valkyrie name something Vince McMahon's company made her change. Another try. The new trademark was filed on October 13th. It is unknown who the name will be utilized for, but it is clearly a female talent. Fans will have to keep a close eye on NXT for the next few weeks. It's highly likely a new wrestler given the connotations surrounding the name Valkyrie. What is y'all's thoughts on this mystery talent? Let me know in the live chat, or let me know in the comments below when the stream ends. So, moving on to the last WWE Tuesday afternoon news. This one is on spoilers, likely resulting for WWE NXT Halloween Havoc. So apparently, WWE NXT Halloween Havoc is set to take place on October the 22nd. My NXT Halloween Havoc watch-along is already scheduled. Guys, go give it a thumbs up, please. I really appreciate it. And please hype it up for me by sharing it to Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all sorts of social media platforms that you want to share it to. It's going to take place from the WWE Performance in Orlando, Florida, which I already knew a while back. This year's Halloween Havoc boasts some fantastic matches that promises to make this a top-notch event. One match that has fans buzzing about is the NXT title match featuring Braun Breaker, Ilja Dragunov, and JD McDonough. The opening betting odds for the match are revealed according to BetOnline.com. The early betting odds list Braun Breaker as the favorite with minus 500, while Ilja Dragunov plus 350, and JD McDonough plus 750 are the underdogs. While the NXT title match promises to be exciting, and other matches on the card are no exception either, the updated NXT Halloween Havoc match card is as follows. The NXT updated card is on my description below on my NXT Halloween Havoc review that's scheduled on there. I'm going to tell you guys the card for the match, the card for the NXT Halloween review. Braun Breaker defends his NXT Championship against Ilja Dragunov and JD McDonough. We got the NXT Women's Championship match between Mandy Rose and Alba Frey. Grayson Waller versus Apollo Crews. The ladder match for the NXT North American Vacant Championship. Carmelo Hayes versus Ora Mensah versus Wesley versus Von Wagner versus Nathan Frazer. Weapons Wild match. We got Roxanne Perez versus Cora Jade. The ambulance match. We got Damian Kemp versus Julius Creed. If Julius loses, Brodus Creed will have to leave NXT. So I'm assuming he's going to get called up to the main roster along with Julius Creed. If Julius Creed loses. Which match are you guys most excited for NXT Halloween Havoc? I'm excited for that Braun Breaker versus Ilja Dragunov versus JD McDonough match. That's going to be a huge banger right there. Even though NXT sucks every Tuesday nights, just because there haven't been no changes to it yet. And I hope Triple H starts focusing on making changes to NXT as soon as he's done making changes to Raw and SmackDown and to the pay-per-views and everything. Now, this is the end. This is the end for your WWE Tuesday afternoon news. Now we're going to go over your AEW Tuesday afternoon news real fast so I can get ready to go to work. So, we're going to start with the news on Paige Van Zant. Going to start with the news on her. So apparently, Paige Van Zant begs Tony Khan for a AEW in-ring return. So Paige Van Zant establishes herself as one of the most well-known female stars in the MMA world, but for different reasons. Her track record in the world of combat sports is mediocre as best as well. The former UFC fighter signed a contract with AEW earlier this year after a lot of training. She might make her in-ring debut at AEW Double or Nothing and was part of the winning team as well. However, she has not been seen since then. During a recent Q&A session on Instagram, Van Zant was asked when she would return to the ring. Van Zant claimed that she has been begging Tony Khan for an AEW in-ring return. She says, and I quote, "I really hope soon. I'm begging." And she laughs. End quote. Only time will tell when she returns to AEW, or rather, she will be used in a proper role or not. There's news on Adam Cole, baby. There's news on him. But before we go over that news on him, we're going to go over the news on Ethan Page. So he opens up about AEW's in-ring return safety protocol. As you all know, Ethan Page made a name for himself during his time in Impact Wrestling, where he was a multi-time tag team champion alongside Josh Alexander. Eventually, he made his way to AEW and has since become one of the regular features of AEW programming. Ethan Page has a lot of interests outside of pro wrestling, which include gaming, movies, TV shows, and all other sorts of pop culture out there. This was on full display during his final match in Impact Wrestling as well. Speaking with Daily Have, Ethan Page was asked about AEW's in-ring safety protocols. Page acknowledged that AEW has certain protocols in place to make sure the roster is kept safe. He says, like, well, I'm the type that if I'm hurt, guess what? The match stops. I really don't care. There is not an audience member in the crowd that means more to me than my daughter, my son, my wife. So if I think it's a serious jump, then I'll defiantly just count out. End quote. Ethan Page debuted with AEW at Revolution 2021, losing in the face of the Revolution ladder match. Page joined the firm, became friends with Stokely Holloway, which allowed him more screen time. There is still a long way to go for the performer, given his big ambitions. What is y'all's thoughts on the story? Let me know. Next news I have is on Adam Cole, baby. Adam Cole, baby. Adam Cole apparently was ripped for not being believable enough as a star. Adam Cole is regarded as one of the most skilled in-ring stars in the pro wrestling world right now. He left NXT last year, made his way to AEW, which delighted fans, which he did. Cole competed in a fatal four-way match for the IWGP World Heavyweight title at Forbidden Door despite being injured for the match. The match led to him suffering a concussion as well. He hasn't returned to in-ring competition yet. The accomplished star returned on AEW Dynamite back in August and got a big physical as well. But he has been absent since then while speaking on the Wrestling Outlaws. Vince Russo ripped Adam Cole for not being believable enough as a star. Vince Russo is he's really making himself to be a fool now after saying this. So this is what he said, not quote. To me, Adam Cole falls in the Johnny Gargano category. That's not when I look at him. That is not a believable person to me that's going to be able to beat up a roster twice his size. That's my instinct. I don't know the guy from at Haylist. If my buddy EC3 says he's a hell of a guy, I'm sure he's a hell of a guy. This has nothing to do with that. I'm just talking about a casual viewer watching a wrestling show. My first instinct is going to be, who is this guy going to be? End quote. Another lame comment from Vince Russo. Adam Cole's future in AEW is also in doubt. So we have to wait and see what will ultimately become of the former NXT champion. Moving on to the news on Tony Khan. So apparently Tony Khan was advised to stay away from press conference after CM Punk's incident. Just here that AEW President Tony Khan has a lot of passion for pro wrestling, and no one doubts that whatsoever. However, his reputation has taken a hit over the past year or so. The AEW All-Out meeting scrum ended in chaos after CM Punk went on a scathing rant on Cole Cabana, Adam Page, and the Young Bucks, verbally disseminating everyone involved. This led to a lot of ramifications, like Eric Bischoff said, and many fans believe that Tony Khan simply isn't equipped to handle such situations. While speaking on an episode of the Universal Wrestling Podcast, Mike Chioda talked about the backstage brawl. He advised Tony Khan to stay away from the press conference. He said, and I quote, "To me, it's just my opinion. Tony Khan should stay off those press conferences, a lot of them." End quote. Eric Bischoff also previously blasted CM Punk, for being bitter and brutal. He will also be out of action for a long time. Runs in next year because of the injury. Things simply don't look good for CM Punk in general at all. What's y'all's take on the CM Punk drama? Let me know. Now, moving on from that to news on Soraya. We are almost done, ladies and gentlemen. I am almost done. You can guarantee I'll be at work in time. So, apparently, we got the continuation of the feud between Soraya and Britt Baker, because it says here she is determined to face Britt Baker in AEW. It says here that Soraya was left with no choice but to retire from in-ring competition in 2017. And that brought about a lot of changes in general. The former Paige remained relevant in other roles for years after that, but she never wrestled again. The first ever NXT Women's Champion left the company back in July after WWE decided not to renew her contract for some reason. She then made her AEW wrestling debut during Dynamite Grand Slam. She was also cleared for an in-ring competition. While speaking on Talk is Jericho, Saraya named stars she wants to square off against inside the squared circle. This included Britt Baker. Says here, and I quote, Britt 100%, I know she gets used a lot, but she's really good. I really want to get in the ring with Nyla Rose. I love Sunny Kiss. I know she's working in the male division, but I would love to work her eventually. Jade Cargill looks really impressive. I'm not really familiar with her wrestling style as much yet because she's so new. I'm looking forward to seeing where she goes. Jamie Hayter, I think she's fantastic. I agree. She's really fantastic. She really is. With her wrestling style, it's much yet because she's so new. I'm looking forward to seeing where she goes. Jamie Hayter, fantastic. People love her. They really want her to. They really want her. They really want her to be a babyface. I really want her to be a babyface too, so she could be AEW World Champion. You should really keep this going for a long time. There are so many women, different women I look forward to working with. End quote. That's what Saraya said. She said Jade Cargill looked impressive too. So we'll have to wait and see how Saraya will be booked in the coming weeks. For the time being, she's just happy to be back on television. Fans should see what the company has in store for her next week. Now, there's news on AEW. So apparently, they ignored Kenny Omega's birthday. Fuego del Sol has been a regular part of AEW Dark, and AEW Dark Elevation celebrated his 27th birthday recently. AEW's Twitter account extended their wishes to the AEW star. However, fans were quickly to point out that AEW ignored Kenny Omega's birthday. Kenny Omega celebrated his 39th birthday on October the 16th. However, AEW didn't launch the former AEW World Champion's birthday on social media. This comes as tensions between Kenny Omega and AEW are on the rise since the backstage altercation that took place following AEW All Out. As of this writing, AEW has yet to send out a birthday greeting for Kenny Omega. The backstage altercation that saw multiple top stars get suspended was a black mark on the company's legacy. Since their suspension, Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks were stripped of their titles and rarely mentioned on AEW programming. Even during last week's episode of AEW Dynamite, Hangman Page mentioned that his old friends have disappeared from the company without reversing their names. It was also reported that Adam Page was explicitly not allowed to mention any of the names of the suspended people. Tony Khan is supposed to be conducting an investigation into the backstage altercation, but he has refrained from providing any update regarding the investigation. So I guess it'll be interesting if or when Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks return to the AEW. I don't think they're never returning, to be honest, but that's just my take on that. What's y'all's take on AEW not wishing Kenny Omega for his birthday? Let me know. Now, there's some more news on Kenny Omega that we're going to go over. Now, the Elite and CM Punk, they have no idea when they'll return from AEW suspension. The Young Bucks are truly incapable when it comes to the business side of the industry. They made the most out of many incidents over the years, especially anything related to WWE. Now, Dave Meltzer explained that there's still confusion over the whole affair and added that the Elite and CM Punk still have no idea when they will come back from suspension. Says here, and I quote, people are still sitting here every week. You got people who think it's a work, but they're not told anything different because the company hasn't said anything. Nobody knows when they're coming back. When the people who are on suspension, nobody knows anything of what's going on. Adam Page made a reference. These guys are coming back this week. Maybe it's a hint, but nobody knows. Then they go on to say last but not least in this paragraph, I mean, at some point it's ridiculous, and right there, Ariel Hawaiian interview. Calling Tony Khan has the chance. He was asked, and he could have said something like, "We don't know when we're gonna bring them back," but it's like, no. End quote. The AEW locker room is also standing behind the Young Bucks after all the drama. We'll have to wait and see when the aforementioned stars will return to AEW television. So there's news on Kenny Omega. So Conan expressed his desire for Kenny Omega to appear on the event by sending a magnet aimed at the winner of the Mega Championship fight between Rey Fenix and El Hijo del Vikingo. Kenny Omega and the Elite were involved in a backstage fight with CM Punk and Ace Steel. Of course, we know that. Everyone involved was suspended. An internal third-party investigation to the matter is currently ongoing still. Now, there is belief that things are going haywire in AEW. Cody Rhodes left AEW back in February, and fans were certainly surprised by this. Prior to his exiting, Rhodes was one of the highlights of AEW television. He helped out over numerous talents during his time there, including the likes of Sammy Guevara, Darby Allin, and many more. Rhodes was almost always booed. He was almost always booed in AEW during the tail end of his run in the company. Fans simply wanted him to turn heel, and no matter what, but that never happened. Rhodes also does not want to change a thing about that. AEW has also been suffering from several backstage issues in the past couple of months, especially those involving CM Punk. Speaking to the Universal Wrestling Podcast, Mike Chioda discussed AEW's backstage issues. Chioda stated that he believes things are going haywire in AEW. He said, "I was shocked to see Cody Rhodes go back. I really was. When Cody started with Tony Khan, this whole starting AEW, I was just shocked that Cody Rhodes went back and Tony Khan let him go." So, there was things going haywire up on the top already before all this, end quote. We'll have to see whether AEW will be able to fix its issue soon enough, as company's reputation is not the best right now. Moving on to the next news on Jeff Hardy. So apparently Jeff Hardy is set for pre-trial hearing this week. Jeff Hardy is a true veteran in the pro wrestling world, and no matter what, he will always have the support of fans. Fortunately, Jeff Hardy's personal demons have truly cost him a great idea. It seems that Jeff Hardy is preparing for another run. Hardy made headlines after he was arrested for driving under the influence after leaving a local Dave and Buster's. It simply got worse for him after that as well. This was his third DUI arrest in decade as well. According to PW Insider, Hardy has a pre-trial hearing for his DUI-related charges in Florida this Wednesday. It says here, and I quote, this is what PW Insider said. It says, and I quote, Jeff Hardy fans need to listen to this. So, Hardy has a pre-trial hearing for his DUI-related charges in February this Wednesday, October the 19th. As reported over the summer, Hardy's attorneys waived his right to a speedy trial and requested a hearing set for July be pushed back 60 days. Assist in his defense. This Wednesday is the rescheduled hearing. Based on court records, Hardy is required to appear before the court for the hearing. Fans will certainly be glad to see charismatic Enigma return to AEW television. A lot has happened in the last 3 months, so we have to see what the company will have planned for him. I believe this year is going to be his last run. He's going to retire. him along with Matt Hardy. There's news on Toni Storm. She also admits AEW interim nonsense is bothering her. So according to Rose's most recent report, she's currently undergoing physical therapy, non-surgical treatments, and other methods to recover from her back injury. After winning the interim crown by defeating Britt Baker, Harshita, and Jamie Hayter in the Flair 4-Way match at All Out, Storm recently spoke with Bleacher Report to discuss her objectives. I love what Bleacher Report is doing. Those guys are doing a great job at what they're doing. Even they're doing a great job with their reviews as well, the wrestling reviews. Rosa is expected to challenge for the title when she comes back. Storm is aware that she will most certainly be on the shelf for several more months. But in the interim, she has decided how she wants to represent the business. She says here, and I quote, "I guess my first thing would be to beat Thunder Rosa and stop this interim nonsense." That's kind of what's been bothering me. I think that's been bothering a lot of people because she's still calling herself the AEW World Champion. And I'm the one here every week doing the work. Right now, I guess it's about being a good champion, being a strong champion. That's what I'm up against every day. I'm working harder than I ever had in my entire career. The times now look at every week just an opportunity to prove myself. I love giving it my all. And who knows where we will pretty much go from here. But all I know is I'm going to continue to work hard. End quote. So Toni Storm recently talked about Thunder Rosa's absence. Storm seemingly indicated that she thinks Thunder Rosa's injury is fake. Also, AEW planned for Thunder Rosa to lose her AEW title at All Out, which further backs up Toni Storm saying. There's also a story around Thunder Rosa having that she's even hiding in the bathroom after accidentally injuring Jamie Hayter. Regardless, I'd wait to see when Thunder Rosa comes back and what's in store for Storm in the future. AEW is set to produce a documentary show in collaboration with Warner Bros. AEW and Warner Bros. Discovery have demonstrated a lot of synergy with several AEW events supporting WBD show branding. Warner Bros. Discovery frequently mentions AEW ratings and press releases as well. Everything continues to look fantastic for Warner Bros. Discovery and All Elite Wrestling. So, according to a report from Fightful Select, the talent had the choice to decline participation in the documentary beginning in November at the Baltimore AEW Dynamite. Filming will last 6 weeks until December the 14th, 2020, or December the 14th, AEW Texas, in Garland, Texas. So, it says here, and I quote, AEW talent staff were informed this week that AEW is set to produce a documentary show that will focus on the behind-the-scenes aspect of a group of AEW wrestling talent. We're told that talent were given the option to not be involved in the documentary. Filming is set to start in November at the Baltimore AEW Dynamite. It runs 6 weeks through AEW tables in Garland, Texas. On December 14th, Tony Khan will serve as an executive producer for the show, with Sam Burns, exclusive producer of Shad Media, helping out as well. The production is in collaboration with both Shad Media and Warner Bros. Discovery, the later of which airs AEW Dynamite Rampage Weekly. Those that we spoke to say the show will air in 2023. End quote. That was from Fightful Select. Along with Sam Barnes, exclusive producer of Shad Media, Tony Khan will serve as the show's executive producer. The project is a joint effort between Warner Bros. Discovery and which airs AEW Dynamite Rampage on a weekly basis and Shad Media. The performance of AEW continues to please Warner Bros. Discovery, according to those Fightful Select spoke with. The show will premiere in 2023. Stay tuned to Ringside News for the latest news and updates. Stay tuned for me as Ringside News lets me know on what's going on with Warner Bros. Last news we have for today, last AEW Tuesday afternoon news we have for today is on Toni Storm. So apparently she's ready to take on Thunder Rosa for the AEW Women's Champion. So Thunder Rosa had to be pulled from All Out due to back injury, as we all know already. In fact, it was said that she couldn't even walk in the end. Toni Storm won AEW All Out and interim AEW Women's Champion. Well, speaking with Lynch report, Toni Storm revealed that she is ready to defeat Rosa and remove the interim title from her championship reign. We already went over that, so we don't have to go over that again. Now, when it comes to her home life, Toni Storm doesn't have anything to complain about. She is married to Juice Robinson, and the two are doing quite well. This is what she says. She says, the best thing, we just did it in January. We did it quicker than we thought. We were initially planning on doing the whole wedding thing. And then we eloped, and it was awesome. I love my life. It's very fun, end quote. She is set to defend her title against Hikaru Shida on the October the 8th edition of AEW Dynamite. So we'll have to see how she will. Folks, that is going to do it for your WWE and AEW Tuesday afternoon news. I got to get the heck out of here. I got to go. If you guys enjoyed my Monday Night Raw review, enjoyed giving you your WWE and AEW news live stream, or news, Tuesday afternoon news, I can get my stuff wrong. Please hit the thumbs up. Let's get some likes on the stream. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. And I will see each and every single one of you tomorrow afternoon with your AEW Dynamite special review. It's going to be great. So make sure you guys are here. I'm getting out of here. Peace. And have a lovely Tuesday. And I will see you guys live chat for AEW Dynamite. Peace and stay safe always.